button. The button has been pressed. It
Oh, loudy.
appears that we are live. Welcome, hello, as we wait for confirmation of audio. Hope folks
Hello,
are
everybody.
here and having a great time.
What's
Yeah,
up?
I hear folks. Wowie.
Awesome. Nice. Seems if I start the broadcast before starting the stream, it shows up right quick. So that's good. Well, all right, I'll go ahead and kick things off. Am I in the camera? Yeah. So, hello, and welcome back, everyone, for another session in the bridge-filled world of Rodinia. Very real bridges. I'll be your host, TwoHands, and before we begin our grand adventure, who do I have the fine pleasure of playing with this evening?
Ah, yes. Good evening, everyone. I go by Aludriea Luna. I will be playing Anvazal Erlenor, the local, very human wizard, and they will be helping to bridge relations in
That
this
man
session.
is so human, it's criminal. Criminal.
Hello, I am Joe, and I will be playing Bori Krios. Hopefully his mind does not explode this session. I'm straining so much.
Scares the children.
Yes.
Big hope on that. Hello everyone, I'm Sharkbait. I'm gonna be playing Echo, the Fey-Blood Ranger. I am feeling a little sick, nasty today. But Echo's feeling also sick, nasty. Emphasis on the nasty. So we're gonna have fun tonight. I believe.
It's gonna be a good time.
To complete one another.
So true. I'm more sick, he's more nasty. So, you know.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit
Incredible.
ghoulish sometimes.
Mhm.
I like how you said that, GM.
You know, you speak to Anvazal. He's a registered caretaker at this point.
He's oh boy. The last session began as Echo and Orin met up with the rest of the Storm Crows in the afternoon, having had a wonderful outing together full of giant lollipops, mud spas, cool spinny hats, and cabbage frog races. At that point, a piece of paper blew in Echo's face. The letter read, "Master, today, your humble student fears he cannot practice the expanse bore techniques, for I am not feeling well, making it impossible to find peace in my training. I shall sharpen my fists and feet another day, and not fail your teachings." Echo observed Anvazal and the gang were looking exceptionally crispy, and offered his last lemon sucker to Anvazal, who accepted with little choice in the matter. And it was good. But before going to the war room, they decided they'd inspect this bridge that they were on the previous night that has since disappeared. Orin mentioned he smoothed things over with Big Daddy Splintershaft regarding the two ghouls Anvazal raised to dig out the turbomech. Retracing their steps, the party revisited the place where the bridge was. Got a lot of burps. Recognizing and waved over by Pepler Dan at his drink shop. Echo asked if he remembered the bridge which Pepler Dan found odd, and swore no bridge has ever been there, and if there was one, he'd know. Echo asked if anyone else came here asking about any bridge, or if it was ever here, to which he got a resounding no. Orin mentioned during this escapade that he had gotten a call while Anvazal and Bori were away, and that there was a gathering at the war room tonight which he needed to attend, and asked if you all also had plans to attend the war room this evening. The party, having remembered they had said they'd meet up with the wizard Lectaris that evening, said they did indeed. Orin seemed tight-lipped when asked about the nature of the meeting, stating it was likely business and drinks, and everything would surely be fine. The tone of his voice did not inspire confidence. Echo and Anvizal scrounged the drainage swale where the bridge previously stood, finding no material trace of this bridge. However, Echo found the discarded fireworks and a burn mark from where they lit them. Freemy grabbed a bag of ice for herself and threw a few cubes at Sandusky, who was in pretty bad shape. Anvizal was suspicious that the bridge was the work of the Mind Witch, but why it was created he could not think of any important reason. Using the Chaos Crystal, Echo looked for clues and saw Bori was glowing purple instead of red, like he was used to seeing chaos represented through the crystal vision. The purple aura stemmed from the spider kiss on Bori's neck. Anvizal and Echo brought up their encounter with Loth and mentioned she seemed keen on replacing the Mind Witch, now sometimes referred to as the Big M, possibly with Bori, and that while it didn't sit well with them, they likely needed to converse with her more in the future, as she seemed to play a part in all of this. Deciding they needed more information, and needing to kill some time before meeting at the war room, the Storm Crows checked on Lubrigi, their Scrimshaw contact they met a few days ago. Where are you, Lubrigi? Yes, come here, Lubrigi. Never mind, I don't have you, Lubrigi. Get out of here, Lubrigi. I thought I had him, I don't. Yeah, Lubrigi. Where are you, Lubrigi? Lubrigi mentioned something occurred while the party was gone. All of the Scrimshaw artists were discussing the current affairs in Ben Sheeran's shop, and they had sworn to stop the carvings until they could all get to the bottom of this mystery. But Ben Sheeran, who wasn't a part of the earlier debacle, had made a Mind Witch figure, and when they had all discussed the situation, the party's names came up, which caused the figure's eyes to flare purple. Now, Anvizal decided to take a chance and replicate this with Ben Sheeran after hearing this tale. Bori and Sandusky decided to initially wait at Lubrigi's before rejoining Ben Sheeran's shop, because it was the last stop before Cat Alley, but Bori eventually did decide to catch up. Ben Sheeran cooperated and began to carve another figurine of old Big MW. Sandusky offered the gilded magnifying glass he appropriated from the Arcanoloth Tower to have a better look at the figurine. Anvizal used this magnifying glass, and the 5 numbers appeared when he looked through the lens. A voice spoke to him in his head, asking, "What is the sequence?" He read the numbers, which were written in common, and he saw through the lens of the magnifying glass and felt himself almost change, magically, into something else. He immediately used Identify on the magnifying glass, and learned it was a powerful scrying device with several activation enchantments, illusory script, and animal polymorph. A save deftly avoided. Echo observed the MW figurine turn red with chaos when he looked with the Chaos Crystal Vision when Echo said the words Mind Witch and Bridge. And so the party started one at a time, trying to provoke a reaction from the figure by talking about hot topics. Echo could see then red tendrils coming from the figurine with his crystal chaos sight. The tendrils snaked around the room like feelers crawling around the party. Bori started trying to provoke the figurine. However, the tendrils seemed to not detect Bori, as they would turn away like they were blind as soon as they came close to the purple aura surrounding Bori. Oren suggested Anfisol and him compare notes on the Diamond Project, somewhere private like in the basement. And so the two went back and forth about the theoretics of the soul and Oren's difficulties in connecting a soul to a body, despite Oren's natural, innate prowess at necromancy. Orin, after hearing Anvazal's adventures, suggested the thing he was missing was the connection to the spirit continuum itself. The rune that establishes the connection to the spirit continuum and the name of who has passed on. That perhaps these were the prerequisites to retrieve the otherwise trapped soul in the spirit continuum, and they wanted to test it, but the test was high stakes and expensive, and possibly morally questionable. Anvazal lamented the exorbitant cost of such tests, but Bori then produced the porous yellow rock that he took from the temple of the Raven Queen below Nalpaka Tower, and suggested it could be used as a possible substitute for diamond in this spellcasting. At this point, Atreus, Big Daddy Splintershaft, stopped by, and Anvazal asked if he recognized this yellow stone. He did. However, he did not know its purpose, but that a yellow stone was tied to ancient Calgully. Anvazal assumed it related to the Bloodfangs, whose power was to imbue the power of the spirit continuum into objects or runes. As they were discussing, Anvazal mentioned a meeting tonight, and Atreus leaned in, asking, "You know?" And Orin's ears perked up as well at the mention. Orin did mention, yes, they were headed to the war room this evening, and Atreus seemed confused, worried, hopeful. It was hard to tell, but concluded that he would see them later, and that there would be much to discuss. When asked what this big meeting was about, Orin mentioned he could not tell them right now, and when pressed on his silence, he mentioned that there were ways arcane to ensure secrets are kept, and that he liked his brain. Orin tucked Anvazal in with Catnap, and then sat down with Echo, admitting that he had a great day with him, but that he thinks things will change very soon. Echo, who seemed concerned with Orin's sudden change in tonality, asked if things were okay, and if there was anything he needed to talk about. Orin said he thinks their times of carefree enjoyment are coming to an end, and that he's cherished these memories and moments, and that no matter what happens, he will never forget. Echo asked if he planned on staying or planned on going somewhere, hoping that he would stay, and Orin did say he intended to stay for as long as he could. While he was there on the bed with Echo, he found a piece of paper stuck to Echo's foot, similarly folded like the note Echo found at the beginning of the day. The letter was covered in drippings of a black, sticky, tar-like substance. The letter read, "Master, today your humble student fears he cannot practice the expanse bore techniques. I must come clean. 7 times have I taken the demon's name in vain. 7 times has the weight of my hubris sunk my soul into the miry pit of suffocating despair. I have not known a greater pain than now, as the ichor of my sin pushes out of my every pore. If I triumph, I shall return to your divine teachings. I pray for the strength to endure. I pray I will not be reduced." To which Orin said, "That was weird." And as the sun was setting, sorry, a strong wind blew through the open windows. The curtains splayed in the breeze, as large dark thunderclouds broiled high in the sky above Calgully. The rumble of thunder and flash of lightning strikes illuminated these clouds forming in the sky. The thunderstrikes rang out, slowly becoming the sounds of a pitched battle, the clang of swords thunderous, the gnashing of great teeth. In the sky, illuminated in flashes of lightning, a winged female warrior fighting a great open maw as it begins to close, appeared in the sky. The winged warrior holding the mouth open with a giant sword, one hand on the hilt, one hand on the back of the blade, shaking with desperation to keep the great mouth from closing around it. Bori came inside, exclaiming about the cloud and mentioning that they had received an invitation to the war room. The walk to the war room was quiet. The party came across Lecteris, who lamented that the war room was in fact closed. Strangely enough. They wouldn't let him in, but he did pass over the promised notes to Anvizal. They chanced across Vitril and Mogra Bloodfang, who were headed the same way as you all. Vitril called out to Atreus, saying, "I hope there's a good reason for this. One does not call for a war room at the war room lightly." From the outside, the windows had been shuttered, guarded by many hobgoblin guards from both Bloodfang and Splintershaft families. Anvizal was then harassed by a rogue bumblebee, which Echo swatted away. The doors opened for them. Echo just barely detecting that there were invisible guards standing at the doors as well. Inside, Grasha Bloodfist, the bartender, desperately but meekly said, "Please no fighting in the war room." Inside the war room, gathered around a large conference table, sat several parties. The Arcanaloth from the tower, and 2 mechanized guards behind him. Lord Cedric Blackwood, with many large wooden crates behind him. A familiar face, airy dark Woodlight, and 2 menacing Fey warriors behind him. And a beautiful clothed dark elf, with drow dark knights behind her. Lord Cedric slid a bag towards the empty seat beside him and gestured to it, hoping you all would take the call. Eridark Woodlight then called Orin to his side, much to Echo's displeasure, and Orin, strangely enough, obliged. Atreus spoke up. "And so we groups have assembled. This war room, which was called forth by my father, Azrock Splintershaft, will commence, and I will preside. We resume in the war room, set in the war room." And just quickly, I will go ahead and show you all who's here, because not everyone has seen all these folks. We have Mr. Arcanala, looking quite devious and quite handsome. Orin, we know what Orin looks like. We've got Eridark, always looking like he's got some post-kill clarity going on. Vitril, the David Bowie legend that he is, in hobgoblin form. Mogra, we know what Mogra looks like. She's crazy. We have the clothed drow, who is very beautiful, and some drow knights behind her that look pretty menacing and armored, with their hair coming out of their helmets in tufts.
Very cool.
And a familiar face, the fluffiest, Lord Cedric Blackwood.
Do you think Cedric would dislike if we pet him?
You've never
He
tried.
would like. I feel like now is not the time, but at some point I'll have to
Is
put
there
that in my
ever a
notes.
right time to pet a sentient cat? Is there ever a wrong time?
That's so true.
Pretty much
That's-
any time would be the wrong time in my eyes.
Yeah.
I feel like that's definitely a matter of opinion.
You can
For
definitely
sure.
ask him.
Yeah. Pet
So-
at your own risk
This seems
may
like
lose
a
an arm.
kind of intense moment to just like walk in and be like, "Can I?" Like, there's a silence over the table. Just to be
Echoes
like,
goes up and buries his face.
The fur is there. He's open.
wide open.
My question is, Echo, do you want to either bury yourself in this cat's ginormous fur or pet his fur or let the opportunity pass. Because there's a fleeting moment where there's an opening.
I think he'll try to sit down and like pretend that he like accidentally like topples over, but he's really just trying to like get into that. Like he's really just trying to see how soft he is. You know what I'm saying?
Very,
A
very
sleight of
smooth.
hand and a stealth check.
I believe he's gonna smash this. Sleight of hand? Ha-cha?
Yep.
21
Whoa.
sleight of hand.
Cat's actually pretty smooth.
8 stealth though. So
All right, so let's just see his perception. How does he notice you? No. He's so fluffy that he's probably like immune to like a certain amount of damage, honestly, unless it's fire damage. But
He's just got heavy armor master naturally.
blades,
Incredible.
no.
well, is he soft?
It's wild. He's got a triple layer long hair fur that is probably thick enough that it's waterproof, and you just can feel the hair is so fine. You just get lost in it for a moment, and unless you pull yourself up, like you could just keep going. You can feel the heat radiating off of this giant cat body. He would probably make the most exquisite throw or pillow. Or just is the best pillow.
Beautiful. I'm so glad. No, he'll like regain. He'll be like, "Oh, I'm sorry, my bad." But like, it was intentional.
Cedric kind of looks
This is
over at
great
you.
information.
What? Just pay attention.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I just tripped. That's my bad. I lost my balance. Pardon me.
He kind of looks over at you, Echo, and points to Orin, who has walked over beside every dark woodlight. You know him? Is he with you?
Yeah. Yeah. I thought so. Yeah, I think so. He definitely was with us. He's sitting over there, which is unfortunate. But whatever. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know the context. Okay.
Traitor.
I
Nah.
I get it. Like, I've maybe they're working together. They're from the same sort of area. He was childhood friend, and I know Eric. Yeah, the
Oh, nice.
yeah, and
You guys are so you have a lot of memories together, then?
well, I think he does. I just there's it's complicated.
Such an
It really
ominous
is.
thing to say.
That's weird.
Yeah, no, it's just kind of weird. But yeah, the Verdant Ire, they were active where I grew up, so like they probably like go way back to like it's just it's just kind of a quirky thing that happened. Huh?
Who those guys are? They look kind of killy.
A lot of people, they're just misunderstood. Like, a lot of people really, but they're just trying to keep the peace, between the forest, and they're just trying to, like, conserve. Maybe in a bit of, like, an extreme way, but,
Well, luckily for us, they seem like the right type of people to bring to a war room. And he just kind of looks over at the crates behind you all, which Bori appear to be the same crates that were transported on the train, burn marks and all. I have a feeling a new deal will be struck tonight. And he looks at you and Visal, and he slides the pouch over to you all, kind of discreetly.
Nice.
From the master, I was told to give you this upon a successful mission.
Good. I'll just... Ooh, is this the magic bag? I'm gonna peek inside it.
It's pretty
Reach a
dark.
hand in.
It's kind of cold. You know that like cold feeling in the bottom like recesses of a basement?
Okay. I'm gonna like reach a hand to the bag.
Do you just like see how far you can go?
Yeah, well, in a heartbeat.
Yeah, like I mean, how far do you go?
Once I get it past the elbow, I'm like, nice, and I'll put it in one of my many pockets.
You can even
And
feel
that's
some
the-
jingly in there.
That's that good stuff.
Yeah, get some jangles.
Jangles.
Chef's kiss.
He whispers to you, because it looks like some of the hobgoblins are murmuring. Vitril and Atreus are kind of murmuring back and forth before things have kicked off. I imagine you all have many questions. I feel some of them may be answered here, and the rest I may be able to answer afterwards or tonight. Have you been well at the Splinter Shaft estate?
Some knots. They've treated us with more hospitality than I was expecting.
They've been very kind to us, yes.
Probably too kind.
Okay, easy there. we did literally save their. Well, that's right. We did find them floating after getting attacked by giant frogs.
Yeah.
The
Lowers voice a little bit. Like,
Yeah. Oh boy. Give me 1 second.
Artrace is like, you what? Nah.
You what? My baby girl.
what? Oh,
But yeah, exactly.
Where did my document go? It went away. I pull it back. It'd be fine. Bori, I had to do a Bori impression while you were gone.
the.
It certainly went.
It certainly went. It indeed existed.
It is out there now.
You can never take it back. The internet is forever.
Yeah.
This
You
is
ain't
true.
wrong. Okay, I found where I was. So Atreus puts his hand on the table. Well, let me begin. And all these heads turn. All the guards in the background appear to be shifting from foot to foot. The hobgoblin guards kind of eyeing up the other guards that have been brought by each of these different factions. This war room was called by my father, Azrock Splintershaft, to deal with an imminent threat to Calgully. The Meldiha, the spirit continuum, is in considerable flux. What was once a source of power and dominance for our people in ancient times has become a door to darkness and unbridled chaos that would sweep across these lands, changing them forever. As I am told, it is said this vanguard, and he just kind of looks at Calcut, is led by a monstrosity known as Pandemonium. They have set their sights on this land. Calgully herself is at the epicenter of it all. Ground zero. And he's looking at Vitril and Mogra. Darkness is coming for these lands. My father rightly warned us. It was coming. I can feel it like a storm. We must form a threefold plan. We must stop chaos at the source. We must hold out while we stop it, not allowing it to spread. And we must stop this from becoming a future problem for all of Calgully, all of Rodinia. If we are unified, we are the strongest fighting force in this land. Hobgoblin alone, not to mention each of the parties here, have a veritable interest or connection to the power of the Meldiha, the spirit continuum. We cannot stand alone. And he just kind of pauses as he looks at you guys. I can introduce folks, or give them an opportunity to introduce themselves and explain how they came to be here. I'm going to give our guests of honor an opportunity to speak first if they wish. If not, I will continue.
I'm so curious who he means by guests of. Does he look at anyone? Like,
he's looking around, and then like a little bit of silence like goes by, and then he looks at you, and Vasala.
but well, it is a pleasure to be here representing the Stormcrows this evening. You may refer to me as Anvizol Erlenor, and I am a problem solver at heart. I'm here because I've had a direct encounter with Pandemonium. I've lived to tell the tale, and I believe our group and our agents have closed off one of the sources of chaos. We have first-hand experience in battling this and successfully sealing it.
Well said.
That was an excellent introduction.
Verdant, Ire, Airy Dark, Woodlight chimes in. He kind of scoots his chair forward, looks at the chair, kind of like, and scoots it again.
Yeah, it feels
Why
very
am I here? Just looks around. I have a debt that has been called. 70 years ago, a group of my men left their posts one night to attack a small group of hobgoblins trekking north from Calgully. My men, their hearts were simmering with rage. Fresh, raw, a mass slaughter of our people had just occurred by outsiders. But these hobgoblins were innocent. By the time I got there, only one of my men remained, having taken a hostage, a child, to prevent his untimely doom. I tried to stop him, but he was lost to bloodlust. For 423 years, I had thought myself a freedom fighter, but that night was the first that I felt like a terrorist. I took responsibility, and I offered my life. And this Azrock, instead, challenged me to a duel. Hardest fight of my life. And I lost. He spared me, under the promise that one day he would call, and that Verdant Ire would answer. And it seems that he has come to collect. And he looks at you, Echo. He's just looking at you.
I'm staring daggers at him, okay? Not even because Echo would have been raised thinking the Verdant Ire is your local friendly sheriff, right? Just the town.
Yeah,
that
dude,
I
it's the
was
park
in.
rangers, man.
Exactly. The town that I was in would have been yeah, great. We love the Verdant Ire because right, but he Orin sitting next to him, and that's the only reason why he's I got my eyes on you, staring daggers.
He has upset the delicate balance of the lunchroom seat assignment.
Yeah. Hey, he was supposed to sit at our table, so what is going on with that?
That's right.
That's what
Don't
Echo's
you dare
doing right
move in
now.
on my man.
Yeah, what the heck? Mr. Aridark, or if that really is your real name, he doesn't even know.
Doesn't even know. Echo, do you have something to say? And he just shoots that across the table as you've just been staring at him with daggers. Yeah.
Wait, we did meet him before. Did he know my name? Did he even ask my name last time we met him?
That's a great question.
Okay.
For the record, he was introduced to you all once.
Yes,
that one time.
Legally speaking, yes, once.
I don't even know if Echo would remember his name. Or
Damn, Echo.
He just introduced himself, but he wouldn't have known specifically, I don't think, who Aridark would have been. So he'll be
up to you.
You're about to.
He'll be no, everything's fine. I have great respect for the Verdant Ire and the work that they do to keep our forest safe.
Keep the forest clean.
Yeah, keep it
Yeah.
clean. Keep the streets clean.
Yeah.
It's about much more than the forest. But you are right that the gains of this war room can and will be used to ensure that our borders remain protected as a benefit of our partnership here. Let that be known. Verdant Ire can support this effort with elite soldiers. Your forces, and he looks at Vitril and Atreus, can be trained. You don't remember, but your people used to fight foes like dragons together. I was there. Only an expert could train your warriors to fight like an organized force after the chaos that has ensued for the last several centuries. And unless the drow were the first to offer, and he just kind of like throws that shot across the bow, you stand
Dang!
at the ready. It's like, yeah, they could too, but I don't think they'll offer.
He's throwing some shots.
He throws a lot of shots in his life. I don't know if he's ever lived a day where he hasn't thrown a shot.
Fair
He
enough.
throws shots
Yep.
as much as Iwi complains. All right?
Crazy.
That's wild. That's wild.
So there's a pause, and it looks like the Arcanoloth that you all checked in on looks like
Box him
he's
away.
considering speaking, but there is a pause in case anyone wants to say anything while I open another can of liquid.
This isn't something that Anvazol would say, but like from a player's perspective, right? Like this is me saying that we need to get Calcut into that elite training program right now.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So she doesn't catch the
100%.
deads in a duel.
Uh-huh.
Listen, like, oh, he used to fight dragon. Sounded pretty good. The old glance.
Nice.
I feel like there's going to be a lot of glancing going on.
There might
Need
be.
that training arc right now.
And the Arcanoloth speaks up. I'm here because I was invited. And he just kind of looks over at the Stormcrows, and he gestures a hand to them. You see, after breaking and entering and attempted burglary, should I say successful burglary at my tower, we did some research on your group, and he's looking at you all, and found some interesting things. The Legion of Arcana Lost, led by Rabdo the Reducer, have become intrinsically involved. These blueprints, you burglars of the night stole from Gyro, the ones you have been squabbling over. We contacted this Gimbal the Great about such a weapon and how it works, producing a rough recreation of his notes from the goblin's memories. And after a long and difficult conversation, he recognized his craft, but admitted that he neither has the technology or the recollection of creating such a weapon. Are you sure that this is the work of Gimbal the Great?
Having studied all 115 of his latest works, including his personal archives, I can say with absolute certainty that there is no one who has published in these lands with the exact mannerisms, context, and penmanship of Gimbal the Great. There has not been a replica or reforge known to me, and I have seen many, that would match with such precision as to his works.
He produces a big cloud of smoke from his, like, hookah or whatever it is that he brought. It's definitely
Nice.
hookah-y. Yeah. And he just kind of blows it in the air and is thinking, that's what he said too. Interesting. The implications of this may have more significance than you realize. And he's just kind of like cleaning his little sharp claws as he's pondering this. Yes, that I do agree that after a rather costly interrogation, he was found to be telling the truth. So, tell me.
And was like,
Yeah.
my hero!
My
All that you
boy.
know rests on the truth of your words, Anvizal Helenor. If this is the case, then we are in.
We're cooking.
We have much to offer. Rabdo the Reducer is powerful. If I may make a suggestion, never take his name in vain. And we should get along just fine.
Okay.
Bori just like gives Echo an Anvizal glance like, the fuck?
You didn't mention your name.
Oh, forgive me. My name is Fennec. Just Fennec.
Nice.
He just takes another big puff, and this time the smoke is multicolored.
That's
All
very
right.
sick.
We have much we can offer. Arcane support. Our legion is vast, but there are rules of engagement that we must follow. If there is an opportunity for us to be involved in a physical manner, we will let it be known.
Is he saying he has contact with Gimbal?
I think he's saying that he had somebody abduct Gimbal and they interrogated him.
Ah, that's unfortunate.
Young Feyblood, you have a question?
Yes, yeah. What is the nature of your relationship with Gimbal?
Brief and all business. We returned him after we learned what we needed to know.
Is he safe?
I imagine we put him right where we took him. His
Here's
little
your
mountain.
Gerald, man.
He was quite a rascal. Must have been an adventurer in his day.
You have means to contact him if we need.
Of course.
That's good. That's really good.
If the price is right, of course.
Of
Yes.
course.
Yes, of course.
Well, for future negotiations, I expect we'll use the front door.
That would be most beneficial. It is always unlocked.
Of course it is. He says that under his breath.
You just have to get there. I was given a rather peculiar requirement for our involvement here. I typically don't take requests, but after the burgling of yesterday, I found it comedic, almost. I was asked, and he's just reading from this little note, to make Gyro lead project manager and point of contact for any downstream communication for the Storm Crows.
I can't believe we're still doing
Gyro
this.
appears to want to tell you what to do. That is the price of our participation.
Well, I'd like to hear it from the mouth of our new prospective manager.
Alas, she is not here for safety concerns.
No.
But I would be happy
What a
to
shame.
contact her.
We're more of a...
Do you have the that gilded magnifying glass that you stole from me?
You know, Amazon like takes a. You know, he's not even gonna answer the question. Well, I'm very
Mr.
interested
Owl
in.
is eating popcorn. She has popcorn. Popcorn is real.
Just popcorn. That's incredible.
She did not
No.
previously have popcorn.
As acting lead for the Stormcrows at this time, if we're certainly open to Gyro's proposition. However, this would need to be a conversation we have directly. We are a very hands-on organization, and there needs to be a certain level of trust between those that we let into our fold, as you can understand. If safety is a concern, well, probably not the type of organization she wants to be in charge of. It comes with the work that we do. That said, she seems more than capable, so we look forward to a meeting. Of course, we will make it worth your time to pass the message along, but we can discuss that after.
Perhaps you can stop by our tower sometime.
We'll knock. Anvizal at this point is probably like putting an arm out in Echo's direction.
Yeah, Echo's like scraping at the table, like with his nails. The idea of Gyro being in charge of the Stormcrows is not sitting well with Echo, just so you guys know.
Funniest goddamn thing, let me tell
Can
you.
you roll me a strength check to see like how deep the gouges in this table are?
Yes, absolutely. He's not very strong, so who knows? All right. Oh, not a saving throw, just regular strength. Ah,
Athletics. Oh.
natural one.
So,
Natural one.
you're dragging your nails along this table and like you clean your nails in the process. Your the undersides of your nails are crimson, but there's like these like 10 streaks of grime on the table from where you just drug your nails.
My nails. I was saving that for later. Dang it.
You can probably smell this. Whatever the cheese that came from underneath your nails.
It's like how you can like carbon date things. Like you can.
And
It's
We're
his
getting
how
real
he
Echo
keeps
lore.
It's how he keeps track of all the adventures he's.
you know what? Yeah, it's like trees
look
and
under-
rings.
I was gonna say, it's like layers of sediment.
Oh yeah.
You can
Well,
like
this
see
is from
it.
session 3. That was a great time.
So
We almost died.
Bori's gonna telepathically like speak to Anvizal and Echo and say, I can always just send a message to Gyro myself and tell her to get here. If she wishes to actually have that role.
You know what? I'll give you a nod. I'll be like, yeah, like that's hilarious to me.
All right.
You hear a message like you hear like someone like tune in to the same radio channel, and it's Fennec's voice.
Oh, no.
It's like, actually, it's more of, if you need to deal with us, you'll deal with Gyro on our behalf.
I was half expecting Gyro's cell phone goes off like outside the window, across the way. Incredible. Yeah. Just a nod. Like, nice.
Yeah.
She
What's
has
up with all
been
these,
cooking
like-
up. This is
What's
still
that, GM?
telepathically.
Mhm.
She has been, and this is on Stormcrow Channel 9, she has been cooking up many devious ways of dealing with you, Bori Krios. I am fascinated. Perhaps this work may be of interest to you, even if it is just to be aware.
Then I suppose I would like to speak with her then. And Bori's gonna go ahead and do distant voice.
Conference call real quick.
Yeah. What's the message that you want to
see.
say?
Okay, Bori doesn't gain any strain. So Bori says, Gyro, it is Bori. If you wish to speak about the lead manager role, come to the war room. You're safe.
Can she
I
respond?
don't know if that was. I don't know if that. Yes, she can respond back with 25 words. I don't know if I used up all 25 words, but
Closer than you think. That's what she says back.
Great.
mm,
I love that.
interesting. Boy, just. I think she might already be here, or at least very close. And Bori's
Echo's
gonna see if
start
he can.
staring.
What's Echo doing?
He's scanning. He's looking. If he
Oh.
like, does Bori telepathically tell that to everyone?
To the party.
Okay, great. So yes, I'm looking immediately.
Bori's doing the exact same thing.
Taking it
He's
away.
looking to see if he can notice any invisible individuals.
Roll me
Close by.
Perception checks, the both of you.
That's actually pretty
Perception.
cool. Look with your special eyes. My brand!
They are a
15 for Bori.
That's solid.
they are a favored enemy
Yeah,
of mine.
Echo, you
Can I roll with advantage?
Mm-hmm.
Let's
You will know the
go.
truth on a nat 20.
Oh, dang.
Okay, this is just perception.
Yes.
10.
You don't see anything out of the ordinary. The only people that were invisible that you picked up were the two guards that opened the doors for you all when you entered.
Which is super
Gotcha.
cool. No, I
Yes.
Nah.
Not
Everyone's like-
today.
Alright.
Echo, you squint at a couple shadowy spots, but ultimately you say, eh.
You're just over here like, goblins. Could be anywhere.
You start like doing the bloodhound sniff.
He's looking under the table.
Like, call me Blood Hunter.
Like flipping like silver coins on the floor, just listening for scurrying.
Incredible.
And Atreus kind of motions to the dark elf. And what of you? I did not expect to have you all here, or to see you all here. And this girl speaks up, sits up, then stands. You should be in awe. I am Shadow Wax, eternal candle of her foes. May they burn forever. Representing Our Lady Loth, the Dark Seldarin. And she just looks up, and she doesn't say anything, and she just waits.
Give her a
You know
clap.
what?
Oh, clap.
She just coughs.
Yeah, if it's all
Or
give a deep bow. Like, he has no reason not to be respectful of this. I don't know if he knows anything about drow culture.
Absolutely has
Probably
no
enough
idea.
to know that he has zero sway in this person's eyes. Like, is Iblith?
Yes, the Iblith.
He's like, oh yeah, the turbo racists.
Yeah. We are here because you can't afford us not to be. Much to the late Azrok's disdain, frankly, you need us. And she looks at you, Bori. Chaos begets chaos. And only chaos can beset chaos. In normal times, chaos would be fought by order and good. In times like these, well, it should be fought by another kind of chaos. Another kind of evil. And so here we are. Mark my words. The Meldiha, the spirit continuum, its days are numbered. There is blood in the water. The Mind Witch has his own plans for the spirit continuum, plans that are unknown to even Our Lady Loth. We fear if no decision is made by any involved, then none of us at this table, including Lady Loth, will advance our goals. We know more, but we will see what you all have to offer, and if you all want us here. She looks at you all.
I think you could have some good information, especially, I personally have seen how that magic has interacted, or how those forces have interacted, and it does seem that maybe your Lady Loth's brand of chaos is something that might stave off this other form of chaos that's been plaguing the land.
He just kind of, yes, I know.
Certainly presents a ripe opportunity, if nothing else. Where power is lost, it leaves a vacuum in which it is only natural for something to fill.
Mm-hmm.
What are you asking for? You clearly have us at a disadvantage.
Well, there's things that we already have, and she just kind of looks at Bori, and things that we want.
Bori!
Bori just gives the, oh really, look.
You go like,
Lady Loth can balance the Meldiha, the spirit continuum. She does not want the burden of control, and she has no business with this Raven Queen. We just want to play too. That is our only request.
well, what sorts of games do you enjoy? So we can save most of the fun for you.
Games.
Well, isn't it all a game? To Loth, I mean.
We typically play to win.
Chuckles, like, so true. And I suppose we'll never have a full grasp of what it means for you and those involved to win.
May I say, there won't be a game to win if there aren't any players. So it might be in your best interest to keep things sort of neutral on the home front here. Like, we don't want this. We don't
We're
want
here,
to be. What was that?
We're here, aren't we? You know, it took a lot
Correct.
for me to come to the surface to deal with Iblith. Even after being ordered to. And she's just like, she's got this like crazy look in her eyes.
Yeah.
It was a lot to follow that order. It's just...
Well then, yeah. Let's talk about it. Let's chat.
So you accept?
Bori, I feel like you should take point in this conversation.
Yeah, Bori.
You've got that bad touch.
You,
Or I guess
chosen one. Chosen one. And she like
literally
looks at
that.
you.
And I'll give you a little smack on the back, like, come on, get it. I'll back you up.
And why am I such a chosen one for your lady love?
Don't actually know that. It's not my field of study.
Looking pretty good.
But you seem powerful. And you bear the mark.
Da. Oh, this, and he like touches the kiss mark.
Ooh.
Is this
Great.
all it takes to become a?
Evanzel's gonna like tap his head for like a brief moment.
Well,
He'll try and be
no.
subtle.
The mark doesn't define. The mark acknowledges.
Interesting. Where he like does telepathy. Da.
Listen. As far as we know, the Mind Witch is down. Like down. I don't know how far down, but probably in some weird dead civilization. It's my understand. This might be a stereotype. Don't tell anybody else I said this, but I'm pretty sure Drow live down as well. Ask
Fennec
them.
chimes in. I have a book on this, you know.
What?
This is
I'd
splendid.
I'd love
this.
to read it. But Amazon is basically going to say, "Let us do the dirty work." It's clear Lolth like wants to see this like duel of fate. So like, I don't know, like treat us like pawns, give us some things, and then send us off to go like fight the Mind Witch. Well, it's all about that shit.
Clearly, something has to do with this Mind Witch. Apparently, Loth in some form or fashion has a familiarity with this Mind Witch. Da?
Are you saying this telepathically
Out loud.
or out loud?
Out loud.
Nice, you got it, Bori.
There is a relation, but as I am told, which I am not told everything, the Master of Webs, Lady Loth, has her own will, and none of us could ever hope or want to know it. She found him in irreparable mess. Shattered, broken. Steeped in
Then
chaos.
is it seethed in chaos? Then is it to my understanding that he potentially resides in this, what did you call it, your Underdark?
But of course. The Mind Witch lives in the ancient city below Calgully. There are ruins there, and a race of Iblith looking like you all, and motions to the hobgoblins, but even more dull and dumb and savage and rabid.
Oh, goody.
Yikes.
No one
This
seems to know what
knowledge
she's talking
may
about.
It's so cool.
this knowledge may be escaping me, or it just might be the player forgetting. But what are Iblith?
Ooh, you. That's what Evan's all doing.
No, I do not know what this word
You know
is.
drow, right?
Da.
Everything but.
Da. Okay, it is a word for other things.
I will be sure to culture him for our next, like, big old bow.
I do not have much interaction with drow.
So you're saying there's an
Apologies.
entire civilization underneath Calgary?
You don't know?
No. I'm new
Listen,
to this area. I'm
people
new in
in-
town.
Da.
The record keeping is sparse at best in this city, and they didn't even know about the bridge. So, I mean,
They're not civilized.
Huh.
When I say civilized, I'm talking about, well, you know.
Interesting.
Well,
Is it a united
we-
population or tribes? Like, give us some.
Tribal.
Okay, good luck with that.
How does one access this area?
Well, we
there are many
already
ways
know
into the
one
Underdark.
entryway.
The quickest way down would be in the well, I imagine, but
Yeah.
it may not be a
We
safe
know.
journey. It is a journey. It may not be a safe one. It has
We
been
are.
prepared for a long time to ward off curious lookers.
What might be a safer path to get down there?
The well.
Ah,
Like it's gonna be the well or bust, lads.
There are other ways, I'm sure.
Well. What do we?
I guess it is time for a well dive.
Yeah.
Well, divers! Yes!
Well, there's still a few things we need to prepare.
I would not go lightly.
That's what I mean. What manner of aid could you provide to Lulth's aspiring champion? Grin, ear to ear.
Boris
In
gets a grin
regards-
as well.
I'm not talking about direct assistance, but a favor, a boon, if you will. You said do not go lightly. What would you bring if you were to undertake this expedition?
I have not met the Mind Witch. But I would bring everything I can hope to win with and everything I can afford to lose.
Well said.
If we are to be the ones who are executing this, we're a group, we're very flexible, we go from place to place, fulfilling our duties. I love this. That's just kind of what we do. It's kind of in everyone at this table's best interest that we succeed. You know what I'm saying? So maybe we can
No.
all work together and get some supplies together.
Actually, yeah, Anvasal's gonna pipe up it was my understanding that the Mind Witch, before their retreat to insanity, had ties with one of the ruling houses here in Calgary. And it was their knowledge and expertise that will be sorely missed. They've been posted, Anvasal's not going to say that, classified information direct, but he's definitely gonna poke at it, right?
Yeah. Roll me a perception check.
Happily. Perception is going to be a 9.
Yeah, you can kind of feel the
a little warm.
gaze of Vitrill, right? And
Yep.
he kind of looks at you, and then looks at Mogra, who's looking away.
Yeah, he's saying enough where they're like, you should know that.
How you know that?
Who you been talking to? But we've yet to hear from the Bloodfangs. Please, I'd like to hear your take on this. As being one of the ruling powers of Calgary, surely you've got input as to the importance of bringing Mind Witch to justice before further harm can be done. They're a wild card here.
Speaking, Vitrill speaks up here.
Yeah, baby.
Speaking of bold claims, and he just kind of looks at Anvizal. Where is the old bat, Azrock? Going to summon me from my chambers without the decency of showing up. Atreus is like,
Borge.
Yeah, that's not my
Yeah,
place.
Borge speaks over to Atreus.
he's dead. Oh.
Oh.
Just like, oh, Father Time finally got the old coot. Atreus is like, and Echo, roll me perception.
Echo, get it.
I'm so excited. I'm gonna perceive everything.
Lower.
Ah, 13.
Not bad.
Not bad.
Every Dark looks like he kind of like is biting his tongue, actually, but he hasn't said anything. He looks at you.
He's just straight up gonna call him out. He's gonna be like, Dark, you look like there's something's on your mind. You got something to share with
What's
the class?
up, bro?
It's hard to listen to someone speak ill of even an old enemy of mine, one that has saved more lives and killed more than years that I have lived, and is one of the less than a handful of people outside of my forest that I could ever have any modicum of respect for. And he just kind of like looks at Vitril. Choose your words carefully.
Ooh.
And Bo's gonna lean over to Artrace like, holy shit. What? This is your family's legacy? Like, the silverware makes sense.
The silverware makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, we've had a lot of hard roads in life.
No wonder you pamper your daughter. All right, and then he's gonna refocus.
Sorry, but you guys roll me perception.
Heck yeah. Let's heckin' go. 8. Come on.
Yes.
Roll better
Nine.
than 3.
Want me to reroll?
Would you roll? Anyone roll over a 10?
13 initially.
Oh,
Now we're
Echo.
cooking.
Vitril has daggers in his hand opposite of Eridark. There are 3 daggers in his hand.
No. He's gonna like nudge like Anvazal and Bori on either side. Like we gotta make sure people don't kill each other.
Well,
We're all working together here, though. At the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Vitril, perhaps you could inform me as to the prior affiliations of the Mind Witch before they went rogue. I'll get his attention.
Sounds like someone's been snooping. Putting the nose.
I prefer the term researching. I like to be well informed before
research.
I speak.
Fennec chimes in. Yes, you see, they did some researching at my tower yesterday. Made a mess of my whole library.
Technically speaking, we did no such thing. The only cosmetic damage we did to your tower was on the outside. Everything else seemed to have been one of your defense mechanisms. Very poor aim. But let the record show that let bygones be bygones.
Poor aim that took you down a notch.
Deeply fascinating, though. Like, I have so much I want to talk about. But I digress.
Couldn't resist.
Yeah, just fish grin. You got me. You right.
Vitril just kind of closes his eyes for what feels like an eternity and opens them again. And what would you like to know?
Well, it seems like the Mind Witch is at the center of much of the machinations. There are clear ties in some capacity to many of the disappearances in town. They've clearly been plaguing much of your citizens, yet it is my understanding that nothing has been done about them. Despite their constant interference, their deep-rooted history here in Galgally, and ties to Drow, ties to other forces. There are a lot of things here that I feel like I'm missing a piece. Why hasn't this been dealt with?
A couple people a year fall down a well. That is the extent of his involvement lately, beside a few incidents. I guess there is some hubbub at the Ferris wheel.
Yes, must have been the mind witch.
Must have been the mind witch.
Of course.
I mean-
Mind witch move, that would, yeah.
Real mind witch out.
I mean, it was the Bind Witch to an extent.
But really, he just kind of like shrugs. It is what it is. People live and die in the city every day. Death is part of us. It's just a little bit to the top of an ever-increasing pile. But I will tell you about the folly of the Priok. The folly of Jemuni Akin. Have you ever met a hobgoblin? Have you ever met someone who lives in this city without a badge? Have you ever encountered someone that is here because they want to be, or because they feel like it, or because they were just passing through? No business, no visa.
Anvisal's trying not to look at Orin.
Eridark, you know what? Let me roll a wisdom saving throw for Eridark, because he's not wearing any badges.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Very openly.
Dark's just over here like, I mean, try something. Like,
Yeah. Fuck.
3!
He just kind of does this.
Yes!
Oh, please. And he just rolls his eyes. Why do I have to sit by this one? Go save a tree. Anyways.
Go save a tree.
Go save a tree. There was a time where there was a child, a baby,
The bad.
a long time ago, who was welcomed into Cow Gully, into the Blood Fangs. It was a sign from Ravgoth, the Queen of Death, our god at the time.
Oh, okay. Noted.
We were to raise him as one of our own. So history says. And we did. He fought like us. He ate like us. He was one of us. The only non-hobgoblin that was given the honorary status of citizen. And look how that ended up for us. We don't know why he left. But he turned on us. He abandoned us. And he has continued to nibble at the edges, pry from the sidelines, harass, annoy, and ultimately cause no significant harm other than to be a small thorn in our side and a source of shame to our history. If there is something that my ancestors did wrong, I am not aware. We did everything that we should have done. We treated him as one of us. He was one of us. He is one of us.
And yet, did it ever cross your minds why this one that was one of you wants to have people throw themselves down the well to him?
Well, of
What
course
would
it
he be
has.
doing with them individuals?
It's like a hobby he never grew out of. And now
Yeah, yeah. He's just as a teenager, he just threw people in wells. And
You know, we were told that he would bring balance.
Hmm.
And look what happened.
That might yet explain their actions yet. They, if the words of the drow are to be believed, there seems to be an intrinsic tie and interest from Lady Lolth, some measure of chaos, still steeping the Priarch. And it is my understanding that they still strongly believe their role is in undoing the shackles of the Melviha, to in some way force the door open, to still play their role. They still seem committed, even after all of these years and madness. Though I do not believe it is for the better. I think something is using them, twisting them. Seems like it might yet be reads notes. What did we call them? Pandemonium, there we go. Might yet be Pandemonium's influence. I do not believe you or the Bloodfangs, your ancestors, went wrong in any step of this process.
Well, sorry about Azrock, Atreus. He just kind of.
Now, Vitrol, you said that the Patriarch is still a Bloodfang, was a Bloodfang. Would you stand by your word? Would you invite them back into your home if we were to free them of whatever affliction seems to be plaguing their mind?
It's a toughie.
Yeah, like, right? Asking the big questions.
If he so choosed, he could make a case, and we could hear him out, and we could consider all of his actions
Well,
and judge
what
if
are
he truly wants to.
his actions? But a few picking around the edges and a few people down a well each year. That was an awful lot of weight on this decision for someone you considered a minor player a moment ago.
That is the current, there is the past.
You got me there. Well,
There is a correlation, young boy, of when the Priarch left our good graces and when this town fell to chaos. Many questions still remain unanswered, and I am healthily suspicious.
some nods.
His current actions are but of picking at the edges, as the damage has already been done, whether it was him or something else.
And this Priarch, it is my understanding that they are several hundred years old.
At least.
And they were raised within your family's walls. They've studied your history.
Just nods. You've seen them, haven't you? And he just...
It's hard not to. Every scrimshaw salesman in town. Like...
He just shakes. Hey, let me roll a perception, or not, insight to see if he's...
They also seem keen on making contact with our group. In fact, it is understandable if Bori is to be the next chosen one.
You've got one that looks just like him. I don't see why that's surprising, but perhaps it's
Yeah.
something that you can use.
Let me see, what was it? Jumunia Kin. Yeah, right?
Jumunia
Like,
Kin.
Yeah. If Bori is to be the next Jamunia kin, then the one before them must be taken care of in some capacity. It is clear they're no longer fit to fulfill their role, yet the role remains vital.
And when you find out what that is, truly, let me know. We thought we knew. Still unsure. We thought we had everything that we needed between the splinter shafts and the blood fangs to take care of the spirit continuum. The Melody Hawk, clearly we were wrong. Clearly we have erred in our ways. Should we repent or should we rebel against all that we know? Personally, the way I see it, places, people, places.
Upgrades, people.
I think that we should bring together the other families of Calgully under one banner, reclaim the glory of the ancients. We would be gods of war and could shape this side of Rodinia to our image. If we but work together one time, we would need to do it no more. I too received a letter of sending. I tried ignoring it, but it just kept following me. And finally, I had one of my staff open it with a mage hand. You see, in my line of work, one doesn't receive too many benign surprises in the mail, okay?
Yeah, then the other day, whenever we had the fireworks, somebody put the letter in the box, and it was a glyph of warding. It exploded.
That it did.
He just shrugs like, see? People do
I
crazy shit. He just... Cedric kind of coughs. And, my master, Viceroy Gorlax, he knows what's at stake. We cannot meet our goals without ensuring victory here in Calgully. My master remembers a dream that was Caladoon. And he's looking at Vitrill, he looks at Atreus. He remembers two families that set aside their differences to make that dream a reality. He remembers a young hobgoblin by the name of Azrock Splintershaft sought him out and secured the alliance of one who could best the greatest enemy of all time. One who would be there to sharpen the tip of the spear and guide the Albragok. My master knows of the prophecy. He was there when it was written. Azrock sent word to my master 11 days ago. Things were in motion. We were told to prepare. But much to my master's distress, the splinter shaft in our care had been lost on the lake, brought back to us and to Calgully by those who stand before you. And he just motions to the storm crows. You just let that sink in, alright? And he says, I apologize for any deception. It was necessary.
Bori remembers back to the agreement that he and the others had made with Viceroy Gorlax.
Nice.
And he's going to telepathically attempting to make it as private as he can to Ambizol, Remy, and Echo.
So you and Mr. I also do telepathy. I think we're gonna do a roll off because he's really enjoying these Stormcrow
Let's
Channel 9
go.
conversations.
All right, what do you want me to do? Want me to just make like a
What would your
Intelligence
skill be?
check or like
give me
I feel like
an
intelligence makes sense.
straight intelligence check, and I'll do a straight Arcana
intelligence.
intelligence check as well on my end.
Let's go.
All right,
Mess them up.
and bam.
No.
Ooh,
boy.
a 6.
So-
Oh no.
The coast is
Sorry.
clear.
Oh no. All right.
Do it.
For you to remember the agreement that we had with Viceroy Golex.
I remember my agreement.
We a lot has happened in these last 10 days.
The condition, his condition, for us
Yes.
to do the deal.
A little sippy.
Do yeah,
And,
little yes.
For me, the result was a negative. I do not know what it was for you two, but I fear somehow that is going to come into effect with all of these. Something about that has sit wrong with me since then. I think it is linked here.
It's nothing.
Yeah. Um that's concerning. Yeah, I had kind of put that out of my mind. But now that you're bringing that up,
Well, if they're looking for the one that would bring about the end of these lands, we're certainly on the trajectory to meet them.
And I agree.
Let's make sure we're in a place to fuck them up.
yeah.
Then we are
Pray
100% agreed.
Who could it be?
Oh,
Here,
no.
Fennec just rolling in.
Emizal takes a roll off the table and just tosses it sideways. And like, doesn't even skip a beat. Oh, that's great. Jail's clear, dog.
Yeah.
And
Oh, that's
so
great.
I'm digging it. Atreus speaks up. Agreeing to disagree with Vitril. And he just looks down. Only with my father's passing has my father's true intentions been made aware to me. All my life, I thought he wanted nothing to do with the prophecy, the ancients' destiny. I was wrong. He was working in the background, planning, keeping his distance, and hoping that one day this burden would not fall on the shoulders of those he loved most in this world. I would very much like to allow a unified Khaldun to make its own destiny. Not chained to the inevitable soul destruction that is Ravgoth and the Melody Ha. I want my father's soul to be the last splinter shaft claimed by the Melody Ha, so that we can truly pass on in the next life. Vitril says, but the power... A power that we have not been able to achieve or attain in hundreds of years. It is lost to us, old friend. We will not get it back, and if we do, it is too late.
Or he just looks
real
over
quiet.
at Anvizal.
Emizal's gonna speak. Okay, so real quickly, before I just start throwing things at the board here, player to player, what I'm thinking is we basically make Artreus and Vitril make a blood pact, and then even better, we make fucking Mogra and I why am I forgetting her name right now? I literally have it written down. And
Calcut?
Calcut, yeah, make a fucking blood pact, like basically sealing their families to stand like hand in hand, like twin rulers, and then we use that as basically a means for them to then bully the rest of the people in line. I say we employ the drow to just murder the fuck out of anyone that's like getting too feisty in the background, because I don't think people know that like we're associating with drow right now. So we just have them ghost anyone that doesn't fall into line, and so all they know is like two big players are like up top, and anybody that doesn't seem to like conform to that is just gone, like wiped. Brilliant.
Oh my god.
Are we about to make the biggest mafia in Rodinia right now?
Yeah,
I think the biggest mafia in Rodinia is the Arcana Lost, led by Rabdo the Reducer. But that's like bigger than Rodinia, but it's details. You guys can be the biggest in Rodinia. Yeah. I'll give you that.
Yeah.
we're getting there. And then I think you, Echo, you could. So on your end, Bori, you can you've got that drow angle, right? Of like helping to rein them in the background. You've seen their face. You can literally like page fucking Shadow Wax at any given time, and there's nothing she could do.
Hand it to her foes, may they burn forever.
Like, you've got her.
Name.
You've got her on speed dial now, which is great because I never want to interact with a drow in person again.
Oh yeah. 100%, yeah.
On your end, Echo, you've got Airy Dark here as well as Orin, so you could take that other angle of like, helping to kind of shore up the defenses around the town, like help people stay in line. Honestly, I think you should leverage Airy Dark as like a personal trainer for the Splinter Shafts because they're kind of soft right now. We can't be having them. So like that's what I'm thinking as a player is we get Turbo Mafia going. We like use your shenanigans, Bori, to like get that working in the background to solidify the power. We use your connections, Echo, to like beef up the people we actually like and can semi-trust at this point. So that way they don't just explode when a duel comes. Like, it's gonna happen. Like, there's no way they're both so hungry!
Yeah.
And how are we going to factor in Amaranthus as well? Because they're also here. Like,
Amaranthus is at its core tradespeople. We basically the angle we should take is like, listen, you brought us here. Amaranthus clearly has buy-in. Outfit us, and we as a group can go deal with the Mind Witch. Because real talk,
also,
like,
none
of us are hobgoblins.
We low-key need the Mind Witch though. Like the spooky purple stuff that's like affecting Bori, like we need that. Otherwise we're gonna
That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying we go murk the Mind Witch. I'm saying we go deal with the Mind Witch.
Okay.
Well, here's also the thing.
My brain goes.
Listen, sorry, this is separate from the Mafia talk.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, that's good to clarify. Because I was like,
purple.
Gotta get that purple.
And then
stuff.
in terms of the Arcana Lots, we basically have them in the background as like, we just make the weapons.
We make the Doomsday weapons.
Exactly.
Well, if Gimbal knows how to harness the power of the Meldiha,
listen,
continuum,
Gimbal's losing it. Like he doesn't even remember making this weapon. Apparently, according to this fox.
That's true.
I have a theory on that. I think that blueprint might be from another timeline.
That's definitely what I'm thinking. And Anvil's like, shame.
Shame.
Yeah, he tucked that into his bag of holding instantly, by the way. That's a mine. Like, so, yeah, that's great. So that's my take as a player, is we can have all of those kind of we give everybody a task, everybody's working towards something that eventually benefits a united force that will have the people we like probably come out on top, maybe. And most importantly, it keeps all these crazy fucking assholes busy.
Mhm.
Gotta keep them busy. They're crazy.
Like, seriously.
Also, like the Splinter Shafts and the Bloodfangs aren't like the only two groups in the city, so like that's gonna be
Yeah.
interesting. So like
No, that's-
tomorrow, like they open the gates and they're like, "We're here now."
No,
Oh,
that's what I'm saying, because the Splinter Shafts and the Bloodfangs, I think it was hold on. So the Gelnuse, they were the bloodline with the list of names. So that's the Bloodfangs. And
Yep.
then the Azadi, I believe. No,
Yep.
wait, that's
Azadi. Yep.
Yeah, the
Azadi are
Azadi was the Splinter Shafts.
Yep.
So these are like the two big families, like right here.
This is like if you had the village elder and the village shaman say, "All right, we're moving."
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, I guess we're moving.
So yeah, I think with them coming together, like shoring up the Splinter Shafts with help. That's my thoughts. I'd love to hear your feedback.
I'm also wondering if the Bloodfangs might have interesting information on how to track down the Mind Witch.
Almost
Unless, like-
assuredly,
I was
but they're not
thinking the
going
same
to bring that up at this table. Like,
Yeah.
That's fair.
he's just some guy in a well. He's not important. Like, oh yeah, he's like 400 years old and has the entire history of your family. He's not important. No,
I think
I'll
they
never
might
tell.
be lying a bit on that.
we're lying on
feel
the
like-
nose about that. We literally
I
have
feel
conflicting
like-
information that we've read, that we've seen firsthand. They've
Either-
got big ass murals bigger than Anvizal's last home.
I
Bigger
think
than a
either
college dorm
A?
apartment.
Exactly.
yeah. I think either A, they know how to either track or like contact him, or B, they are still actively in contact in working with him.
Yeah,
One of
Well,
those two
also
things.
the Loth people will be in contact with him, I think.
yeah.
That too.
So like,
You're also just like intrinsically tied to him now, Ulrich, with like the
Yeah.
chaos and the wealth connections.
Yeah.
And, so
Mhm.
there's
That's
a lot
why-
we could leverage.
That's why I'm
here.
like hesitant to like lean on
like-
the Loth connection, because I don't know if I want Bori like going down the same path and becoming fucking chaos steeped
no, you
and
see,
going insane.
no, you see, there's a key difference there. Has wife.
Yeah.
Remember,
so true.
has wife,
Who knows,
happy
you're-
life.
Wife
May-
fixes everything.
Life good.
Life good.
Life good, life
I-
good. Like,
Who knows? Maybe the Priarch did have a wife.
Great questions.
We're not- listen, we're
Great
not ready.
questions.
We're not ready for that. Like,
Yeah.
I didn't see no wife in those portraits, alright?
See no wife.
Mm.
It came
But-
to us as a babe. Doesn't
Pulling
mean
it back
doesn't,
here.
doesn't take a wife. All right.
Pulling it back here, let's focus on what we
Yeah,
want
yeah.
to discuss at this war room, right? Because there's going to be a bunch of strings for us to pull once this is done, and a bunch of parties that we can like help us with our quest, right, to go settle the Mind Witch. Kind of seems like we're leaning towards that.
Yeah.
Echo's never going to be able to scrimshaw in peace unless we like
Yeah.
we've got buy-in. But what else do we want to bring up? Like, I don't know how Orin fits into this, and we haven't heard from Orin, right?
Yeah. I'm
So, like-
curious
so, like,
as to
Echo-
why Orin's sitting on that side of the table.
You wanna
Orin.
poke that before Anvizal does his big like mafia talk?
Yeah, he'll Echo will kind of cross his arms a bit and be like, "Orin, you've been awfully quiet. What affiliation do you have with the Verdant Ire?"
What's your political stance?
Yeah, Orin.
So, Eridark, just kind of puts his hand in front of Orin and like slides forward to like break like the eye contact between you and Orin, who's kind of just like, you know, he's like, well, I am Orin the Traveler's retainer. You should know. You were there. You remember.
Painter.
Echo, how old are you?
In fact,
Excuse me,
I
how
believe, if I recall, his mother ordained it.
What do you mean?
Again, you were there. You should
You were
remember.
literally there. In fact, you're one of the signatures. Like, it's right here. It's still have your greasy handprint now.
Y-
That
You
piece of
know-
paper, you could never clean it.
I've been having so much trouble with my memory recently. If you wouldn't mind refreshing me on that, that would be great.
I don't think that is appropriate for this table, but Orin has a purpose. A purpose that I am tasked with seeing fulfilled. And he speaks up. I was expecting to hold on to this information for a little bit longer, but... And he just looks at Orin, and he scrolls down, does a Control F.
Yes, one of the most powerful spells known.
Control F.
Classic.
Orin can destroy the spirit continuum.
Fuck. Ooh.
Bori literally does the. Huh?
Yeah. Oh.
Wow. Well, that
We
wasn't
have a weapon.
Okay.
A weapon that can do this. Total reversal of the realm would require not life, but the permanent application of undeath. The only unnatural force to undo the realm created and maintained by the goddess of death.
But at what cost?
Hey, Dark's over
Is
here
there
like,
a
I don't
cost
know.
to it?
Yeah, that's basically his response. Like, it is not the consequence that we have to be concerned with, only the possibility on our end. What is done with the power of the Melody Ha and the Spirit Continuum is ultimately not up to us, except for how we benefit from it to protect our people. You, Bloodfang. You two, Bloodfangs. You are the only two. Fennec jumps in. There's actually 3 Bloodfangs at this table, I checked. Shut up, Fox. Anyways, you two have the ability to take the power of souls once it's given to you and put it into something, right? Make a cool spirit sword or spirit shield or spirit axe to cut my frickin' forest down, right? And Vitrio's like, yes, what are you getting at? It's what we used to do. We need the splinter shafts to help with that. It's a whole process. It's ancient. It's how we manage the spirit continuum, the Melody Ha. I propose that we create items of great power. One for all of us, as a check and a balance, so that we can all benefit from the eventual fate that we spare ourselves from if we do nothing about the spirit continuum. And Vitril chimes in at this. And Mogra kind of like pauses him, like puts a hand on his shoulder, like, I got this, Daddy. She chimes in and says, she kind of like shakes her head. It's pointless to discuss such a thing. There is only one material capable of handling that much soul energy. It comes from the sky, and No one's seen that anywhere, and without that stone, all talk of making anything is pointless. So we might as well drop it.
And Anvizal is going to pull out, like... Is this the stone you're referring to?
Petrilla just like lets out a low whistle.
Damn, fine stone boy. Where'd you find...
And I do believe, if I recall, and Bori just gives like a sly ass grin to Vitrol and Mogra.
Very good.
I do believe we know where to find more, if that is not enough.
The war room has got really quiet.
How to place a bounty on your own head. In one easy step. Like, Anvizal doesn't say it, but he's just like, Bori, my guy.
There were tales of giant slabs of it in ancient temples of Ravgath, says Vitril.
Indeed. We seem to be working
Strange.
closely with the Queen of Death.
Da?
I
And-
hate to serve as messenger, but she's quite insistent at times.
Da, she is insistent on getting out.
And what will be the fate of Ravgath? Whatever our plans are. Whether it's objects made, we let Loth in, we blow it all to smithereens, we let nothing happen and we take our chances. What of her?
You lack faith in your god. Do you think anything that you could do, us mortals, would truly be a threat to her?
If that was true, we wouldn't be here.
Well, it sounds like we don't have much of a choice then.
And she's not just my god, from what I hear. Not just a god to hobgoblins. She exists outside of us. It's not fair for us to say she is ours. It seems she is others
Generous.
as well.
Da. And Bori just kind of gives a look to Anvizal, like, me, motherfucker.
Yeah, I mean, you're also wearing, like, crazy Raven Queen armor, and you've, like...
Bori's not wearing it. I think
Echo, is that
Echo's
you?
the one wearing it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think
Echo's
I'm
the one,
wearing-
because Bori
yeah.
can't wear it.
Echo's got the
Bori can't
equivalent
wear
of
medium
tan
armor.
lines now.
Uh-huh.
Orin speaks up. It seems many things have brought us all together. Neotra Ciota, the mistress of inscrutable depths, the Raven Queen, Ravgoth. We are all connected, whether we knew it or not, and here we are. We are the backup plan to save the world. You should not take that lightly, Anvizal.
Is there anything I've done that indicates I am? It's my understanding that I've done
Just that
more...
remark that you just said about is there anything that we could do to influence the
That's
the
what you
agendas
mean.
of greater beings that Don't know
is-
said yes just now, but that was just my one
So-
comment I wanted to make.
No, no. Listen, at this point, we're too deep. We're... We're in much too deep.
We're 22 sessions deep, motherfucker.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like we're in too deep. There is one factor we haven't discussed yet. Somebody that Yui, someone you are intimately acquainted with, the Prince of Frost and Darkness.
And the drow actually chimes in.
Oh,
And so I ask again. Are we in? For we know more than we should.
All right. Mob talk.
Mm-hmm.
I'll do it.
Yeah.
So, I'm tempted to. We've kind of got through a certain amount of material for an encounter to happen in the war room.
Ooh.
Yeah, we've hit that condition. But she does have one thing to say, if it sounds like you want to hear it.
Please give.
Doing so would mean
No.
you accept that Loth wants to get in on this action in no quantified way, shape, or form.
Oh, please. I'm not so naive to believe that Lolth's not already intimately involved with this.
She
Yeah,
is.
Bori,
She just likes
Bori, how
being
you-
included officially.
You know, we'll make sure her name is on the roster. We'll save a seat for her, and we'll have better drinks next time.
Lol. I mean, Bori, you just like hear like a girly giggle in the back of your head, like yeah,
You didn't have
Is
to.
this-
Like,
Mm,
yeah,
is
like
this
oh, yeah. I'm rooting for you, but I'm very busy. I have
so
fun.
busy, Bori.
I
Can't really
need
talk
wish
right
you
now.
luck,
Like, you
then.
called
Yeah.
me.
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
I appreciate the support. I wish you luck in whatever it is you're doing.
So, Shadow Wax, Candle over Foes, may they burn forever, stands
Wink.
up and says, "The Prince of Frost and Darkness will appear again on the material realm in 3 days.
Oh, we're cooking.
That's
All right.
soon.
Where he will go, we do not know, but he is coming."
Bori looks to Iwi and like he'll telepathically
It's fine.
speak to him and ask him,
And he's just like, eh.
"Do we wish to bring up the flower?"
Why not? Wait. Say it's me, not the flower. I don't want to get to dead, you know.
Okay.
This is my cool flower. Let's-
Roll me a perception check, everyone, real quick.
oh, hell yeah.
I love receiving things.
17 this
Fucking
time.
Let's
Son
go,
of a bitch.
Ansel. Ah, 15.
Perfect. So Echo and Alu, you see just Fennec just chuckling to himself. He hasn't said anything, but he's just like, "Oh, this is great."
You know what? Well, I'll give Fennec a little wink.
He's having the greatest day in a long time.
Oh boy.
Bori,
I'd say Bori is having that conversation with Iwi
you saw
whenever that was
something
happening.
else. You were
Oh, no.
distracted by something. You were
Mhm.
distracted by
no.
this box,
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
which started moving.
No!
Bro, you can't keep
I
doing
swear to God,
this.
if it's Silas
No.
again,
It starts rocking and rocking and
Are you-
rocking, and it
Actually-
knocks over. And guess what comes out of this box? Sorry,
I swear
to God,
this
Silas.
word again.
Son of a bitch.
Oh my.
Thank God.
And that's where we take a break.
Hey, you know what? Enzo, like, immediately, like, grabs that scholar, interposes
Oh my
someone.
gosh.
Bori probably immediately goes for choke.
Joke.
No! Oh,
Oh, and that's where we take a break.
incredible.
Oh,
good
boy.
boy. Silas Bergen.
So here for it.
Originally, Gats was hoping to play Silas tonight.
Ah,
but he
we were
wasn't
so
feeling
close.
Too well.
Yeah, when I saw him like a bit before the session, he was a real struggle busting.
Poor buddy. That's all right. I'll try to make him proud. I'll see you guys in like 10 or so or whatever. I'm gonna make some
Yeah.
soft pretzels. I'm hungry.
I'm gonna go get some ice cream.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Oh,
Break screen. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? But Silas Vergen loves ice cream. He also loves being trapped in boxes for long periods of time. How it goes, how it goes. Glad you're able to make it for the war room. the world off the break screen, and we're back. Let's check the audio.
We're
Hello,
back, baby.
hello. We're back.
Bye.
Did you miss us?
I missed me.
We know you
Uh,
did.
I missed
I
me.
Alright, sounds good. Everything looks good. We're doing great. Yeah, so this a crazy guy just hops out of a box and he's like, what's that? Excuse me. Wrong campaign. And this guy looks very ill, but is alive. He looks about how he looked the last time he popped out of a box. This box, too, was nailed shut. And, he pipes up. Hello! They thought they could contain me. But not again. Not again! And I say, where am I? What is this place? I have no recollection of getting here.
Lord
That tends to
Blackwood,
happen when you are
why
cargo.
is this one here?
How did you even get him back in the box?
Duh, how did you capture him?
He just, like,
after the
puts up
last
a
time?
hand, like, whoa. I
Yeah,
did not know
who
he
is-
was here.
You keep saying they try to contain you. Who is they? How do you keep ending up in these situations?
Those that go bump in the night, and I swear it, they're out for me. They called me
Not really.
paranoid. But not once, nay, but twice, perhaps soon to be thrice, I have been put in a box by the forces of evil.
Silas,
Shall
quite
not deny
literally,
it.
there is no vampires around. Why are you here?
And just like,
Or it's just like, what?
before I can answer any more questions, I must check next. I must check them. And he just starts
Yeah.
going around, and like no one's addressed this guy. They're just like still in awe at like what's happening here. And yeah,
Edvizal's ready this time. He's gonna grab a mug from the table, and if this guy gets anywhere near him, he's just gonna like, like into his chest, like drink something, chill.
yeah.
He
as
just goes up
walks
to the
by
drows.
Yeah, he walks by the drow, and she puts a leg out. I'm gonna see if he sees that.
I hope he doesn't.
Me too. Let's see. Perception. He does not see it with a 10. He trips. He falls on his face. And it's, poof! Vampires! And he gets up and he finally makes his way around. He's checking everyone's neck. Nobody's stopping him. He gets over to these clockwork guardians. Very suspicious. Very suspicious. Just...
My guy, you're going to combust.
yeah. And he gets over to you, Bori, and he's like, yes, wait. What is this? Brand! A brand! And he's just, behold, he just turns your neck, like, towards everyone. What is this spider kiss? Does your wife know of this curse?
How do you know about Bori's wife?
It's a curse.
Yes,
said
how do you
something-
know of my wife?
I don't know, you mentioned something on the train about it. I don't know. You're always, like, making it part of your personality that you're married.
Damn,
No, I
Bori!
did not. Damn.
He got you!
One.
No.
Damn, that is insulting. And two, no, I did not say anything on the train about my wife.
Oh, well, maybe the GM just got a little ahead of himself, but...
God informed me as my voice.
You can't stop me from the truth.
You can't hide the truth.
Yeah, Edvizal's like, get out of here. Like,
He looks up Sandusky. He just, like, tisks at Sandusky. This one has not long to live in this world. And just moves on.
rude!
Sandusky's like, yeah, I've been kind of through the ringer lately.
Buddy.
He gets over to Iwi, still holding this rope. This man has not let down this rope since I've seen him days ago. What's the story behind the rope? Is he covering his neck with it? And he's just...
That's his safety rope, his emotional security rope.
His emotional support rope.
Yeah.
So soft. It's like a squishmallow rope, you know? Feels like a squishmallow.
Oh.
I like to imagine it's actually a squishmallow rope. Like, it's not even a rope. Like, you can't unwind it. It's just the shape.
What if it was a mimic?
Oh no!
They make those.
Very
It's a companion. Just saying, there's a class for that.
Listen, once you pick him up, you can't put him down physically.
He just pats the rope. Could be a mimic. Could be a mimic. And he gets to free me. Oh, this is odd. I feel like I vividly remember you exploding, and how have you cheated death?
I vividly remember you exploding.
There was a train who blew up. It was spectacular. And he starts standing on these boxes, unless anyone stops him. I'm sure you're all wondering how a great power such as me has come here. But let me be clear. And he just he starts tearing up. He hasn't even given his speech yet.
How healthy is this guy looking?
Not healthy.
Yeah.
After
I'll
the
hit him with sleep.
I was gonna knock him into the box with repel, like into the open box.
He just kind of waves you away. After departing the train, before arriving at Calgully, I heard a rumor, and he just does the lean from the top of the tower boxes, that my target, Viceroy Golax, the vampire, has trade business in Calgully. So I snuck into the warehouse where those goods were being kept and examined those crates. I was discovered by some very clever hobgoblins, and having no trade badge, subject to a cruel fate, being nailed in that box. And he just points at this box. However, in this box were some private writings from a supposed vampire who wanted to come to Calgary for business. Obviously, my target proved me wrong. He just looks around. Patrula's like, is this idiot for real? Fennec's like, I'm pretty sure. Let's see where it goes. You see, I partook in a shared dream with some of the folks at this table several nights ago, likely induced by psychotropics, no doubt. Phenomenal drugs they must have been to get Silas Vergan to question his sanity. But in that dream, I recognized many at this table. The pretty hobgoblin, the human, the Sharakai, the bird girl, the big cat. Oh, but it was a hellish and chaotic nightmare. Hellish abominations, followed by a serene pasture of flowers and bliss. That's how I knew it was a dream. Yes, but what is this I hear about a war room? We are at war? I shall start by making some demands. Since I have been invited to such a war room, I would like to barter for silver mine rights for my hometown of Quib. What? Something funny? Echo? Quib is a small, proud, human settlement in the plains south of Calvazarok.
I hate your vote, Echo.
Get its name from a dog animal companion of the late great vampire hunter Gloin.
I do beg your pardon. I apologize, Cedric. I'm gonna hold up a rune. What shape do you see here?
I would expect to have a free pass to come here to Calgary because I like it here. That's
gonna
the thing you
cast
guys
sleep on
do,
him.
right? I can just come here when I want now that I'm a member of the war room.
2 hands. I'm definitely gonna upcast sleep on this guy.
All right.
Why did bro showed up in a box, in a nailed shut box, and started making demands? That's crazy.
And so while Alu's rolling that, while all
That's
this
a
warmongering is going on,
really
how
high
can
low.
I be sure? Where is my assurance that the great town of Quib will be safe from the collateral of such a clash? I need a solid lead on my intended target, Viceroy Gorlax. I know he's out there somewhere. I will find him. He has minions all around. They do things.
If he has less than 53 health, he crumples like a sack of
Bro,
potatoes.
no. So, like, as he says that, he just, like... he just drops, splays into these boxes.
Perfect. And results...
As he starts to, like, fall bore, he's gonna, like, grab him telekinetically and then, like, just slowly put him back in the box.
Yeah.
Back on.
Ambizol will actually take the mug he was holding and just, like, hammer some of those nails back in.
Well,
Lord
that takes
Cedric
care of that.
Blackwood. Can we, can you guys...
No.
No, he's motioning to the guards.
You move it. Oh.
Okay, that's good.
You guys don't have any rivers here, do you? No?
River! Ooh. Down by the river.
The river. And copyright strike.
No!
No! They can't stop us.
Oh.
And so...
Goodbye,
Silas
everyone.
Bergen is slowly being removed from the war room, likely to never appear again.
My collar, that's what you think.
Oh yeah, he's gonna find a way.
I'm kind of loving this running gag. We're gonna be we're gonna be in just a vista. There's like a box. We're like, no way.
No fucking way.
There ain't no way.
Yeah.
Where there is a will, there is a way.
Yeah.
No sign of intelligent life for miles. Like,
It pops
Where am
out
I?
yet again. I am.
undaunted.
Atreus is just gonna be like, who was that guy?
Removed by the guards,
No one.
mostly.
No, he was no one. Don't worry about him.
Chaos touched. Well, forgive me. Forgive me. Pandemonium touched.
He's just touched. It's just
I was
one
gonna say
object
that.
touched.
Yes.
Hashtag
Rune
blessed.
Hashtag touch. Oh no, I feel like that's a very different hashtag. Oh no.
Atreus just clears his throat. Vitrill is like, is there anyone else that's hiding in a box or hiding that wants to come out and sully further my preconception of their race?
The other boxes look
Hey,
look
Echo,
normal. Yeah.
roll me a perception check.
Okay.
You know what?
Okay.
Envis, I'll just say this out loud. Now, Gyro, you are welcome to join the side of the Storm Bros.
Yeah.
Got a 5.
So, funny thing about the 5,
No
we're
way.
not very perceptive.
Indeed. I like to imagine you're still crossing your arms and like looking at Orin.
Yeah, he's pissed. He's not paying attention.
Aritark is literally like you were there, like you signed the consent form. Like,
Yeah.
I literally had your blessing.
Oh god.
Yeah, those sharp teeth.
Somebody's
God,
in your
those were
lap,
fine.
Echo.
Ooh. Listen, I'm sorry, I can't help you with that one.
What?
No.
What? Huh? Was that a? Huh? Want to try that again?
You rang? You rang? I forgot what she said.
It's like, what?
She just,
Is that a?
wiggles
yeah.
her butt.
Oh yeah. That's. I'm sensing something. Something's coming through.
I heard we're gonna be best
No, no.
friends.
Ears. Hold my earrings.
Oh my god! Echo, are you really doing this right now?
Hold my earrings.
Echo,
I
leave your
cannot.
earrings in.
I can't.
She's just gonna like look over. Fennec. Just. Echo doesn't like me.
I watched you throw glass vials that melted through solid stone like less than 24 hours a day. Like less than 24 hours ago. I don't want to hear it. You'll have to teach me, like, do try and behave yourself,
got some
both of you.
upgrades.
Oh, upgrades. Upgrades, people. Upgrades.
She's
got like a crazy mech arm. Like, what are we talking here?
Yeah, so she's got some kind of mechanical device on her forearm, and you see it's got one like acronym written across it, HAMR, hammer. And it looks like it's got some pink stuff like in a vial in the contraption.
Not the pink stuff.
Herbal stuff and 2 kinds of Sunny D.
Hey.
Alright. Huh. Nice. I see you've been keeping busy. Your talents will be put to good use. Should you align with what we're doing here? We can talk terms after.
Be nice to
Echo's,
have
like,
my blueprints
growling.
back. Would be even cooler to build it.
We'll talk after. I can't go into this right now. But Amazon's like, it is like really cool. I'm so excited.
She's just being a shit.
Yeah, no, I get you. So,
she doesn't leave Echo's lap for now.
Yeah, she's just being a jerk. All right, incredible. Just can't not.
Yeah.
He's gonna be. He's holding on to the bottom of his chair to make sure he doesn't like throttle her.
I like it. She'll get after
He's trying really hard to behave.
Pick
Since
her
you're
up
not
gently.
reacting, she is going to probably get off and just like go like join Fennec over here somewhere.
Nice. Cynical. Let's go. All right. Before Anvazol goes into his mob talk, I really want to clear anything else.
Making everyone an offer they cannot refuse.
They can refuse it. I mean,
I think
Best interest.
I think before we went on break and before Silas showed up, I think we were going to bring up the fact that Iwi can act as a beacon for the Prince of Frost and Darkness.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Thank you for reminding me. Yes.
And we were going to phrase it as
you know what? Go for it, Boris.
As he is the beacon and not the flower. We weren't going to mention the flower.
I believe. Yeah,
Fennec
3 days.
Just gives you a little like.
I'll never tell. I mean, I will. But
but after the whole Silas bullshit and Jaro pops up, he like back to what we were discussing before, the Prince of Frost and Darkness.
Yes.
We do not. You say you do not know whether he will appear in 3 days. However, I believe we might be able to have a sort of beacon for him. Something to where he could, something that he really wants to track down. We think he would think it would be good that we could use it. Or rather, him And Bori will look over at Iwi.
He just raises his hand. It's all me, baby. Airy Dark
The
chimes
here.
in. We're talking about the same crazy fae, right?
Duh.
Okay. He's crazy.
Mm.
I don't even know how sentient he is anymore. He's consumed.
Well, if you say that he's as crazed as he is, then the thing that he is hunting, I'm sure if he found its location, he would come right to it.
And you're saying that's him. And
Duh.
points to Iwi.
Mhm.
Iwi says yes.
He's
Yes.
been
When the Prince of Frost and Darkness returns to this realm, we did not know when. We recently beat him back about 11 days ago. When he comes back, he will likely come for me. Where he will appear, I do not know. We defeated him most recently in the mountains to the east. You can expect a great storm when he appears. Weather conditions that you have likely never known will come to Calgully. It will snow, it will rain. There will be a cold that sets in unlike any you have known. Many will freeze if proper shelter is not taken.
And it is also a note of something of worth noting. You will see the undead spirits. There was one that we had hoped that would stay with us, but unfortunately they have disappeared as well. And Bori is referring to the rest of the party, the little ghost boy, the little kid.
He's doing well.
He had a name. I can't remember his name. I have it written down somewhere.
I think it started with like a J or something like that. I don't remember. Whether
So-
most of these apparitions are benevolent or malevolent, that is a point of contention. It is up in the air.
When they appeared last time, did you have to fight them? Atreus asks.
Fortunately, they did not get close enough to us or did not spot us. So the only one that we had really encountered was a non-hostile one. A little boy.
Pascal. That was his name.
That's it. Yep.
Okay. So we're possibly expecting a fight. Shadowax chimes in. We have reason to expect he will emerge this time at full power. Whatever is happening in the
good.
spirit continuum right now has likely affected him for better or worse.
Well, if he is going to come at full power, he is going to need it, as we have a very skilled marksman with us. And looks to Anvazal.
I was the one to force him to dissipate last time. My aim
What
tends to
manner
be
of weapon did you use? Atreus has got like starry eyes, like looking at you. How did you dispatch the beast?
Yeah, Amazol pull out his sling.
With a mere stone! A stone!
Yeah.
And he just like, he grabs your arm and he yanks you up in the air, which probably picks you up.
Oh! Yeah. Absolutely.
My son-in-law, slayer of beasts!
Aww.
Whoa!
Just kidding,
Ooh,
just kidding.
Ooh.
I felt like saying that. But he does pull your hand up and definitely applaud you.
Incredible. Let me no.
Yeah.
Oh,
So, we have talked much about what's at stake, what problems we need to solve. And we've talked a little about how to solve them. We know we should likely not leave the spirit continuum, the Meldiha, as it is. It seems Lady Loth has a way to stabilize it. She seems intent on doing so, as represented by Shadowwax and the Dark Saldarin. It seems Urin, the Traveler, can destroy the spirit continuum, closing it for good, which sounds like that could fix the problem of souls not going where they need to go. And there is a suggestion by the Verdant Ire of focusing this power with the help of Bloodfangs and Splinter Shafts in unison into objects of power. One for all of us to ensure checks and balances. But what other options do we have? Does anyone have anything they'd like to bring up? Any suggestions?
I mean, I think that sounds like a pretty good plan. Like first we go in and we like utilize and like drain. I don't know if we can drain the spirit continuum, but like utilize its power and then destroy it to fix the problem, and then hopefully that fixes everything going on with the Raven Queen. Am I right? Am I correct in assuming?
I imagine at some point in time, and this is Aridark speaking up, I imagine at some point in time, your Raven Queen will require some type of assistance, some type of saving, lest she be consumed along with everything else. There are things we may need to fight in this place. Whoever goes. It may be an entirely different battlefield. I don't know how to prepare for that. I don't have any weapons of war, siege engines that we can take with us, any means to shoulder our way through hordes of potential enemies. If what you say is true, and that chaos has breached, we are likely strolling into a battle.
not only a battle, I fear. I fear this is going to be a war. A war probably unlike the material plane as seen before. If not in the eons. I think having siege engines and such might buy us only a little bit of time, but
Atreus
I
looks at the
feel-
floor. Oh, go ahead.
I feel like to have an edge in this fight against pandemonium and chaos, I think we need weapons. Weapons of mass destruction of our own. I think we need these objects of power, as you called them. That is my vote. I vote that we use the spirit continuum to make weapons for us.
Squints at Sauron, like.
Mm-hmm.
Cedric chimes in. We must tread carefully. There can be no more or no less than 5.
A quick count.
Yeah, Bori's like doing like the mental math in his head. Like, hold on.
Does this
Present-
account for everyone at the table?
No, it doesn't. So
No,
Everdark
actually,
is like
there's more than
one for
5 people at the
one for
table.
Verdant Ire, of course, and
One for the storm crows.
Shadow Wax, and one for her lady, Lady Loth.
Spicy.
Fennec. One, of course, for Rabdo the Reducer and the Legion of Arcana Lost. That's why we're here.
And Amazon's like looking at Calcut like, come on, girl, you got this. Get it. You are the spear.
Atreus, I, for one, don't want to define my future by the power I wish to let go of the past. I wish for no object, just the desire to start anew, free of the chains of our past.
Bori's gonna telepathically speak to Calcut. Speak up.
What do you want me to say?
You do not let her take a weapon.
You're
You
the
are the spear. You are the warrior.
Though it'd be pretty metal.
Go against my father?
It'd be pretty metal if she squared up without one.
Mm,
She looks at you guys like, and while you guys are like talking Amaranthus, Lord Cedric, and of course Viceroy Gorlax would need one as well to secure Amaranthus dominance in trade and in
No.
power.
I don't think he would. Your competitors are fleeting and soon to be on their way out. You don't lack ties in the
No,
city.
it says right here he. Let me read. Let me read what he wrote for me to say. If the topic of relics come up, there can only be 5. Make sure there is not any more than 5 or any less than 5. I have foreseen it. I don't know
Why
what
does
that
he
means.
get to decide?
Now, it says there clearly that 5 relics are to be made and only 5, but there's no explicit mention that he wanted one himself. It would have been in his instructions, would it not? That's...
You just gotta. You got a point. But I want one. Come on, everyone's getting a relic.
We should make sure that there is one for the Hobgoblin establishment here. Just because, you know, historically, they've been the ones to...
So, how much of a power play would it be if we made a twin-linked relic that can only be accessed if both of the families are like... I say we do that.
Kinda cool.
I propose. So actually, Anvizal is going to like tap his head. I'm going
I
to
really
filter
like
this
that.
to you, Bori, and I want you to filter this to Calcut. So she is the one to bring this up. She needs to look at. She needs a role here.
okay.
So like,
Bori will
I'll be
act as a
feeding you
relay.
word. Yeah. So hopefully this phone game doesn't go too badly.
Bori's just gonna say it word for word.
Perfect. That's great. So yeah, I would communicate like one for the shared blood, and let me pull up the specific names, like, to be split between the Genuse and the Azadi, to bring the households together and forever and in the shadows bind them. But Yeah, no. And then I'll see if Calcut brings it up.
She thinks on it. She says, "Daddy."
Oh my god.
But big daddy. But what if we combine them? Vitril and Mogra are hungry. They are going to ask for one because they like the power. You don't want one because you would rather us define our own path. What if we shared the power of two between our two bloodlines? That only together can we use them. Together we will succeed or we will fall. Mogra then chimes in, "And what if we're not together?" She says, "Then we fall."
Ori does like the mental equivalent of like grabbing the shoulders, like yeah,
you did good, kid.
to Calcut, yeah.
She just starts poltergeisting. Oh, God.
Yeah.
I, for 1 second, this.
I as well.
She keeps going. This is why we faltered in the first place. 6 families divided, we fall. We were a united cow gully once. We thrived. We let ourselves be destroyed. We forgot who we were. It's time to rediscover who we are and define who we will be. More than the Meldiha. More than Azadi or Janunse. Caledon. Once more.
Aladun.
Hills.
Vitriol is... He just kind of makes a stinky face. I agree that neither of us will likely trust each other without some type of balance. But what if the blood could be combined a different way?
If Soul just says, like, what?
What do you mean by that?
He looks... What if the houses were to unite?
Oh.
He's holding something back.
What do you
Continue.
mean by that? Yeah. In what way?
Edward!
I know! Edward! Make no mistake. Anvizor Helena, you are more than what you seem. The houses could be united. Splinter Shaft and Bloodfang.
Anvazol?
And
Looks at
like,
Anvazol.
Whether you
You,
believe it or not, you are one of us, boy.
What? What?
Huh?
He just shrugs.
huh.
You,
That would actually explain a lot.
what do you mean?
Wait.
Explain what?
Is there something that I am missing? Somebody please elaborate.
Yeah, what
Fennec
is
just puts
happening?
some readers on and opens a book. He looks
Well, it's
pretty contented, like, yep. I said it earlier.
Ooh. Wait. Hold on. Are we related? No. That would change things.
I think that's what he's implying, Anvazol.
I need to. Episode just has this look of like, I need to hear it for him. Like, I need to.
Arklock
There's
Bloodfang,
still a margin of error.
the Rune Walker. He lives in you. We are almost certain. And of course, there is no way to prove these things. The writing is on the walls, boy. Whether I want to acknowledge it or not, you are a Bloodfang.
Anvazol, congratulations.
Wow, thanks. It is an honor to be able to represent and to help in what is to come in the ways that I am able.
Think of the power that runs through your blood, boy. Think of the things that you can do. Think of the power that your bloodline holds.
Bori like sneaks in there telepathically to Anvazol. Think of the children you could have.
Not!
How powerful
I know
they
the
would
Fox
be.
is listening! I'm never gonna hear this!
Fennec drops in. Hey, Anvazol. Have you been jumped by anyone recently, inexplicably?
Yes, and if I had to guess, it was 20 tons of steel that fired projectiles I still don't understand alchemically.
Oh,
But also, yes.
Sex. Yeah.
But also, yes. Yeah, Anvazol is, we can connect the bloodlines. Okay, so that's what they meant. Let's see. Alright, so out of character. There's a lot we can do with this.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's one surefire way, you know?
Well,
It would,
there
you
is-
know,
So it's a spectrum, right? A spectrum between Anvazol's like, to heck with you, I'm Anvazol. You can't tell me what to do. I'm just cool.
Yeah.
Shut up. It's not because it's in my blood. I worked really hard in wizard school. And then the other side of the spectrum is like proposing to like fucking Calcut right now at the worst.
Mhm.
Like just locking that down.
look, I
What?
mean, you, like, he does already like her.
That's true.
So,
Yeah.
you know, like,
Yeah.
That would be the funniest goddamn thing. I think I
that
might.
would be crazy, though.
All right. Hear
I
me
can
out.
only imagine Calcut's face right now. She's probably already pieced it together, and she's over there like blushing, beet red.
All right, so hear me out, GM. Can I roll a history check just to know like the tradition of marriage and like courtship within hobgoblin culture, or are you just gonna give that to me? Because it would have been on the docket to study.
Give me a roll. What could go wrong?
A lot, but Oh my god, I rolled a fucking
God.
natural one! Trigon going up if it's like 400 years old.
Oh,
No,
You know
no,
everything.
no. I've got an inspiration
You
point,
know
and I feel
everything.
obligated to use it. I'm using
use
an
it.
inspiration point, yeah. Although it would be really funny if I didn't.
Use it.
The worst courting in history. Yeah, I'm gonna use it. I feel like it would be so.
Oh God, this is a nat 20.
One. Nat 1.
No,
Nat
Oh,
22,
Nat
baby!
20, 22, okay.
That's much better.
Oh my god. Evazol digs deep.
That's great. So, like, the first thoughts were definitely intrusive. And it may have been like Lolth just straight up messing with you.
Just get like.
No, I can't do that.
Well,
Yeah,
so it's
you
like,
have
I'm pretty sure that's illegal.
You have a pretty good handle on what would be known to you about the customs.
Okay.
You know enough to not get yourself in a big misunderstanding and make a fool of yourself. And
Okay.
yeah, I don't really
In that
have
case-
those nailed out, but you know,
know
what
what?
you need to know to stay out of trouble.
I'm gonna go with, like, classic, like, someone from a different cast, like, presenting, like, a deed of valor or, like, of honor or something, right? To try and ask for the person's hand, right? So, how does the group feel, right? The Stormcrows feel about Anvazal basically saying, like, we will be the group that, like, brings down the Prince of Frost and Darkness and, like, brings the Mind Witch back into the fold. And, like, that is the promise to, like, seal the seal that proposal.
It's
for
like the
Kelka.
dowry, right?
Yeah, like, that's like, how do you feel about the because I'm definitely dragging all of you into this. So I'm just
I would say do just the Prince of Frost and Darkness because we don't know how we're gonna handle the Mind Witch yet.
probably roughly.
I can't imagine that we're gonna.
He's kind of been a dickhead.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna be a persuasion.
Yeah, I feel like the Prince of Frost and Darkness is a lot more straightforward. Like,
Yeah,
especially because we put him down once, so.
But it would also show a show of force.
I'm just
It
gonna
would
get a
show-
drink
well,
We
while you
can
guys
take
are
on a
talking.
strong
about-
aspect.
What I'm thinking is we do something even better. Oh fuck. So I think the Raven Queen was saying we have to what did we have to do with the Prince of Frost and Darkness? We had to stabilize him or bind him or something? Or like
yeah,
make it so he's no longer in the worlds between.
yeah. We have to put him in one place or
So-
another.
So hear me out. What if we started a crazy like binding ritual, right? And we made a ring as one of these like fragments of power, and we just like bound the Prince of Frost and Darkness to a ring. How metal would that be? Because she's also the spear, right?
And then that would be like the wedding ring.
Yeah, that would be the one.
Yo,
That is
that would
insane.
be
I
amazing.
love.
yes.
Because like the rock that we have, it's only like this big. So like, what are we gonna make with that?
You know what's interesting? This is totally random, but like, in like Russian culture, when we make like Easter eggs, you always
Yeah.
have to do like a ring around the egg so that the demons in your house get trapped in the ring. Like they go into the brightly colored egg and like they keep going around and around the
I'm
ring. And
so
they never
gonna,
let
I'm
out.
so gonna play off of this. I'm
What
so
about
gonna play off
that?
of this. That's so
Yeah.
good.
What about that for the Prince of Frost and Darkness? Like he gets trapped in this ring and he can't ever like get out.
Holy crap! That's also like the spirit continuum. Like, there's so many
Oh my-
layers to this.
Yeah.
Now we're
Yes.
cooking. All right.
Now we're cooking.
So we're
with
cooking
gas.
with kerosene.
Oh, cooking with something. Cooking with dynamite.
Cooking with dynamite.
Dynamite,
This
baby.
was not in the notes.
This was not. All right. I'm going for it, GM. So
It's so metal.
Okay.
All of
I'm
it.
going for it.
He's popping the question. Good thing we're already at a bar.
Isn't it great?
Vitral. I believe I understand what you mean by the joining of our households. I take this honor, and I do not take it lightly. Calcut, I swear an oath to you, in exchange for your hand. In 3 days' time, I will I don't know about personally. We will bring low the Prince of Frost and Darkness, and through it, we will forge the first relic. One that symbolizes the bonding of these families, of these bloodlines, and the strength of what shall be Caledon. That is my commitment to you.
She's pretty red in the face. She definitely says, I swear I didn't know.
That is my commitment to our people and to the betterment of all of us.
But it all makes sense. It all makes sense now.
There's no way you could have listed that silverware. Those blankets would have killed a normal man.
Those blankets. I think they did kill you.
Oh,
I accept. Save our people. Together.
And Anvazal's now going to turn and look at the Bloodfangs. Oh, we will need your strength.
Mogra is like,
I know she would.
I wanted your baby.
You're
Chill.
like cousins.
Literally,
That's a little icky.
Yeah. You're
Mogra's
like distant cousins.
Power.
Power's power, baby.
I mean, genetically, you're not related at all.
It's like some British Empire, some shit.
Yeah, well, have you ever known
Bloodline
Mogra to
pure.
not be a little out of the box?
yeah,
A little
she's
icky.
It's a little, yeah.
Look me in the eye
Yeah.
and tell me that that's not, like, in line with her craziness that you've had so
In
far.
character.
Listen,
is.
it's not just in
True.
line, it's also in law.
In law, in the family.
No, it's about family.
Family.
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
We have a lot to do.
Orin chimes in, I love weddings.
Yeah, Echo's like bawling. He's like, I just love engagements. They just make me cry. I just like, I'm so happy for you, Amazon.
Echo, you're so precious.
Orin
That means a lot.
is, or sorry, Bori is going to telepathically talk to Orin.
Nice.
He's gonna start a pot. And there
Nobody-
could be a second wedding after that one.
Oh, really? Who?
You dumbass.
E. And
Come on, dude. Best friends.
He's
don't sleep
he's
in
gonna
the
break
same
the
bed.
link.
I just...
He's not
There's a
saying
certain amount of
anything else.
times you can kiss the homie goodnight before like
Yes.
We just, it's
There's a
casual.
limit.
Like, it's not crazy. You just, this is how all best friendships are, right?
So, Echo, roll me
Yeah.
a perception check.
Me?
I'll give you advantage on this one by now. I'm
That's
probably gonna
interesting
give you
because
advantage on
he's
perception
losing
checks for Orin.
he's losing his mind. Perception.
Well, glad that
17.
wasn't a 2.
Okay,
Yeah, Orin's
Let's
looking
go.
particularly
I am glad that
flustered for
wasn't
no
a 2.
reason.
not a 2. That would have been a natural one.
Yeah, that would have been pretty bad, but
That would have been hilarious.
He's gonna
Yeah.
be
Everybody
like-
just rolling natural ones for love interests.
it's unfortunate. But does he notice Bori like looking at Orin?
Yeah.
He's gonna look at Bori. He's gonna be like, "What did you say?" I mean, what did you say? He's still like fucking up to.
I said nothing. No.
Do not worry, my friend. I'm just helping you out.
Thank
Just
you, Bori.
practicing tying knots.
I'm so excited to be an uncle.
Boy, the fucking
Yo.
wingman over here.
Funky Echo.
Funky Echo.
Echo.
Why does he smell so bad?
Don't worry, children. You'll go nose blind after in a week.
Oh shit. Permanent
He's just-
damage.
Does he have to come over?
Oh no.
We're going to his place again.
No.
So true.
Excuse me. Give me a second to find where I'm at in life. 137
true.
pages of madness.
Oh, that's such a mood.
Feel it.
So, Atreus, he's having a moment. He's like,
Oh my gosh.
he's grabbing you, Anvisol with two hands. He's shaking you. His hands are huge, and he calms himself. Let's back to current matters. There will be time for celebration, but the problem at hand, after the Prince of Frost and Darkness is dispatched, if we enter the spirit continuum, whoever enters, you will need a splinter shaft to take you in, unless there is a way currently unknown to us. We are the only ones that could theoretically get someone in. That knowledge is currently lost to us. We assume it's in the same place that their book of names is. And he points to Vitriol. Are you aware of this? And Vizal and Stormcrows.
Oh.
The book
We
of
have
names.
We have a cursory understanding. It is also our understanding. No, he's not going to say that. No. Yes. We are aware of the Book of Names and the current predicament that we are in that regard.
Then it's time to address the golem in the room.
Bor just turns around.
Like, oh shit! We found the big guns for the war room. Given what you are willing to sacrifice and the commitments that you are willing to make, how can I be, Asrock Splintershaft, worthy of my name if I am not willing to put everything on the line for my people, for my family? Below my estate rests an ancient golem, metal and stone, covered in runes of power. We have slowly been excavating it. This golem is from ancient Khaldun, so we can tell. What if we led the charge into the Meldiha with this machination, and let the Meldiha itself power it once it's inside?
Ooh. Ooh.
Yes, let's go.
Few things could challenge us in such a beast. That's how we get in. Perhaps we bring the spirit continuum to the mech. Do we know a way to weaken the barriers between this world and the Melodiha?
The Stormcrows possess that knowledge. Yes.
And what of the Prince of Frost and Darkness, this one who walks between worlds How does he play into that?
Oh. It is my understanding they might be what we can use for a door. I'm guessing at this point. I can't remember exactly in my notes, but because they're between the worlds.
Or a ring, as you suggested.
Aye.
Do you think you could find what you need to find in 3 days and either defeat or subjugate or vitriol, even to make peace with the Mind Witch before the frost of darkness arrives? Or do you suggest waiting 3 days and taking on the prince first, come what may?
Oh, that's spicy.
I feel like we gotta act as quickly as possible because
Yeah.
everything's gonna happen in like 2 hours. Like as soon as it's gonna be real spicy if we wait, because also we don't have time. Like
No, we don't.
the battle is like
It's happening like right now. Yeah.
like right now. Like,
Mhm.
we need to get there ASAP.
I feel like once we bind the Prince of Frost and Darkness, like things are going to be popping off. So we're going to have to find the Mind Witch like ASAP, because he's got the book of names, right? Like he's got probably the spark that we're gonna need.
And the knowledge and how to walk between the worlds.
He's just in a city being a total dickhead. Like,
yeah, we need to confront that guy first.
okay, that would be my vote. Is we're running on a tight timeline. We try and get in, get out. We might even pull some favors with the drow. Like, give us some crazy concealing cloaks, and we just go like full spec ops to try and go get this Mind Witch.
Yeah. We should say something to the effect of like, we don't have time. Like we're on a time limit, and we need to get everything done that we can and prepare as best as we can for this.
Ooh.
Because once it gets going, it's gonna go really quickly.
To save on transportation costs, somebody in this room is going to know how to do a teleportation circle. If we have that scried and like in fucking Daddy Artreus' basement, right? We could have like a quick way out.
Yeah.
So what do you think? Try and spec ops this Mind Witch and then be back in time for dinner?
So,
literally.
Every Dark kind of chimes in.
It's really spicy.
There are risks to that. One does not teleport lightly in Rodinia, or in the Feywild, or in the Shadowfell. Only beings of the highest power can have a chance at safety. That or cosmic luck. Look what happened to the Prince of Frost and Darkness. He lives between 2 worlds because he took a chance through the portal. I'm not saying that will happen again. I'm saying it is a known quantity. We must be careful.
Forgive me. Magic works much differently from the lands I hail from. Not a portal back then. We will leg it.
We will sprint.
Use the exercise anyways.
Well, actually, so if we turn to our drow friends over here,
like you got the inn because we know you do.
Yeah, how far is this feasible to be like there and back in 3 days?
She's doing some stuff in her head. You can tell she's... Yes. For you, yes.
Well, then
Is
that
this your
seems
course?
like it's... Yeah, it's gonna have to be.
We must act quickly.
They're an unknown force, and we know what the Prince of Frost and Darkness is to an extent. We need the Book of Names. We need to bring the Mind Witch back into the fold, or eliminate them and being able to ruin any plans we're coming together with. They need to be dealt with.
And the knowledge of the Azadi, that's Calcut chiming in. We need, if we can, we need to know how I can connect to the Meldiha.
Heck yeah.
It is good for us to have backups. And I will need to be able to be part of the ritual to create these relics. These 5 relics. Does it have to be 5? Cedric chimes in.
5.
It has to be 5, apparently. That's what my master said. And he said he's seen some things. He hasn't told me about what he's seen, but he said, if this comes up, this is what needs to happen. Does anyone know why he would say such a thing?
Yeah, does anyone know why he would say such a thing? Like, does your master have experience with
Well, if
Or
I
he
was...
just does like one of these and is just like looking at Echo like we already had this conversation with Viceroy Gorlax.
Yeah. If I'm to take a stab at it, we are essentially creating tethers to the lifeblood of these lands itself, tapping into reality. I imagine each of these intensely powerful artifacts are going to be putting a strain on everything around us, the very fabric in which we exist in this plane. To create more would be more of a strain. I do not wish to test. I do not wish to burden that any more than what is absolutely necessary. Too few, it's... Gyro, you could likely speak to this. And Vasal's gonna throw out like some really stupid equation where it's basically like, if you put too much of like this, what happens? It explodes. Like, if you put too little of this, what happens? It also explodes. Or it falls apart.
Fennec chimes in.
Let's...
The vampire's not wrong.
Well,
We did our research, and can say no more.
I'd prefer you didn't.
Okay then.
Alright then.
So, 1 to the Verdant Ire, 1 to Lady Lolth and her machinations, 1 for Squints, Rabdo the Reducer, and the Arcanoloth that are in their fold. That's 3.
The Legion of Arcana lost.
Yeah, nice. 1.
We thought it was pretty good.
It's very good. 1 for the Storm Gross, and what we represent, our stake in this. And finally, 1 to bring the Azadi and the Genuse together, and to bind them.
And a pact to go with it, Orin says.
Nice.
That none of us could ever be in a position to fight over them. That if any one of us chooses to try and take the others, that the remaining would unite against them. For if we do not, I fear that once we clear the problem of the Meldiha and the Spirit Continuum, that the war of the 5 relics will soon follow.
Well said. Everybody at the table's like...
And Vasal, I have dreamed of these things. The images terrify me. But if we do not, I fear something will happen that will be out of our control. What is it they say? The humans damned if you do, damned if you don't.
We have been known to say that.
I also propose that if anything were to happen to one of the groups, if they were to be wiped out, then the other remaining groups will elect a new inheritor in
Yes.
a way to say it.
The council
Someone
will
that
decide
is
their fate.
exactly. However, this heir must be unaffiliated with the other groups.
Well, I believe that we have options in that regard. Amaranthus being one of them. Like,
And the blueprints, Fennec chimes in. This epilogue? I believe that's what they call it.
yes, the final chapter. Giddy.
There are 3 crenellations, holes, slots, what have you, on this device. Perhaps these devices are for such things.
And Envisal's actually going to think back to when he's looked at the blueprints. If that's the case, he might have an outline for what 3 of the relics would look like, and if they're the same, he now knows what almost all of the relics are going to look like.
Roll me a history check with advantage.
Remember,
because it's
I was
Gimbal
like,
Tech.
this is Gimbal Tech. He's all about that Gimbal life. Well, the first one is 31.
Oh!
I literally can't roll higher. That's a 31 GM.
Want
It's
to try for
Gimbal Tech.
just double natty? Let's go
Double natty? There's no way. Yeah,
No.
Natural one.
That's funny.
Wow.
That's really interesting.
It's a Christmas. No,
Yeah,
you got
it's a happy
30
Christmas.
It's 31 GM.
So you have eidetically memorized these blueprints. You just the SpongeBob episode where his eyeballs are like
Yep.
all over the paper. They are tiny cylinders this big. That's the slots on this big gun thing, and there's 3 of them, and they're like this big.
That's really exciting. So they could be like nice bangles. I'm here for it.
Smaller, yeah. Like we're talking
Okay.
like the size of a C battery, like for reference. Like if you took 2
Oh.
C batteries and put them on top of each other, that's like how big they are. They are not big.
Okay.
Oh,
That's
Like-
that's not bad. Okay.
Like a ring size almost?
It's not a ring.
We're about
it's a
we're about
cylinder.
to we're about to make
a
one
cylinder.
of them ring size. But all right. Yeah, with that, Anvisol will actually yes, I'm actually keenly aware as to what the shape of 3 of these relics will take. I know the exact dimensions, and I can tell you offhand. Yes, that is knowledge that I have.
Good.
I just need somebody who has the know-how and the gumption to help me put it together. If only there were a skilled tinkerer, alchemist, and some hellion brave enough to delve into such a dangerous project.
We can do it together.
Together. And we all... yeah.
What items do we have to clean up? Atreus says.
Ooh. Well, Prince of Frost and Darkness is coming in 3 days. Before then, the Stormcrows will need to outfit ourselves to go dive into the Undercity, where the Mind Witch has been residing. Bring them back in time for the final battle, at which point we will create one of the relics.
What will be the conditions of the fate of the Mind Witch? Have you decided? What are you willing to sacrifice if the cost of killing him is too high, or the price of letting him live is too great? There is still unknowns, and it would do us well to think about them.
Well, I think that goes both ways. What are all of you willing to sacrifice to guarantee that our mission is a success? As we are right now, it would be difficult for us to get down there and back in 3 days with the Mind Witch in tow to bring the original, Squint said the language, Jamunia kin to their rightful position under the tutorative gaze of the Bloodfangs. I feel they still have a role to play, and it is not my place to deal out death so harshly. It will partly be them who decides. And
Shadowwax chimes in. In this regard, the Dark Seldarin play a passive role. But we can help. We can show you the way.
it's no small thing.
Because of the time limitations, the well is the quickest way. It is the way with the most risk. But
Tell us
it is the
Tell us more
quickest.
about the risks.
I have not been in the well myself. But I know that those who go in do not die.
Interesting.
So what do we need to pass through? Break through, even. Come now. I'm sure Lady Loth has already devised a way that she would sneak in.
There are likely many spiders, all of varying sizes, all on loan from Lady Loth. Still under some type of command of the Mind Witch. She has specified to me that they are not to be recalled, and that the winner will be the winner.
Just over here with, like, spider perfume.
Does that
Bori's like
does
kind
that
of like
make sense?
touching the
It does. But we'll first need to be able to bypass them. Getting back should not be an issue once the Mind Witch is dealt with. I would rather not damage such sacred creatures. Surely you have a way of interacting with them or bypassing them altogether.
or just scratches his neck a little bit.
Right. Right? My gosh.
We have been instructed to take a passive role once you go down the well. And in
okay.
matters of the well.
Okay.
Lady
All
Loth herself says she will be watching, come what may. The final battle or the confrontation.
Ooh.
Now, there is a civilization down there that you are aware of. We do not know much about them, but there may be interference from this third party. Civilization is a strong word. Be aware of such things. You will need a way out and a way in. And I suggest that whoever goes in can use the way out. It is a long drop. Very long.
And those got you.
Very long.
He can literally cast fly.
How
Hey.
How long?
Well, how long does Featherfall last?
300
that's a
feet.
good question. Oh. Yeah, Featherfall isn't going to be helpful.
You know,
Well,
we can do Featherfall like we did in Here's the Old, where you activate it if you can see the ground, right?
yeah, that's what I was saying. That's a little wild.
But
That
what
would,
if
that would be super
Anvizal can't see
spicy.
the ground?
That's a risk you might have to take.
Yeah, so it's 1 minute at 60 feet. So 10 times 60. It'd be 600 feet for Featherfall.
So you come up with like, yeah, we've got fall. She's like, you'll need something.
Or,
You'll need something more than fall.
Plummet.
if you provide me with the resources, I would be quite capable of getting all of us down there. I have talents with making runes now. I believe I have the knowledge of how to even allow others to at least activate the magics in which I scroll, but they are expensive. And it like turns out, but like,
Atreus is. What if we had a long enough rope? Could we pull you up collectively?
turns to Yui.
Yeah.
Funny enough, this is the rope of unending. Just kidding. What if we treat the well like a well? I know it sounds silly, but it could be done. We would just need to know how deep it is. Or at least take enough rope.
You underestimated
Yeah.
the amount of rope we have. Exactly.
You would
Do we
put
have,
us
like,
in
a-
a little bucket and lower us down and bring
Maybe-
us back up again.
Maybe not a bucket, but just tie a rope around you and hope for the best. We could do a bucket. Buckets aren't bad. Buckets are just not very fun.
While you're scrounging the rope, I would request access to an archive with arcane components. Many arcane components, if you have them. If you are willing to fund this venture, it will make things go substantially smoother. I can assure you.
But we
I would
we
put them
do
to
need
good
to
use.
we do need to get back up though. Oh, I guess fly. Yeah, fly would work.
It goes both ways, Echo.
Yeah, you know.
Otherwise,
I
it would
grew up
just
in the
become
woods.
fall.
I don't have a whole lot of experience with those kinds of magics.
But you've seen birds.
You freaking wizards with you.
You freaking wizards! Okay, Echo.
I'm just
Easy
saying,
there.
Manchego's flying suit would be pretty clutch right now. So, unfortunately.
Alas. Yeah, absolutely crazy.
That's
We'd need fly for down and for up though.
You know, Anvizal is looking to get into like the exotic breeds. Do you have any harpies like around?
Yeah. Harpy chariots. It'd be wild.
Yes.
Oh goodness.
So we can do rope. We can try rope. Rope is easy to source.
What I was talking about, by the way, is making basically like spell scrolls of fly that people can use.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just printing that, like, as long as people are
Might need
supplying
it.
me with the resources, Amazon can pump that out. Like, it's just bloody expensive is the main thing.
Yeah.
Like, oh god, we're talking 500 gold for fly for each person. So
Yeah.
spendy.
Well, this
But
comes to the
But
question.
what's it worth to you? Yeah.
yeah.
Well, I was going to say, this comes to the question: who's going down the well? Obviously, at the very least, us three.
Storm crows.
Creamy?
Drugs. I can
have an
go,
idea
of
for
course.
Freemy.
I'm with you all.
Hear me out. Before we go, we set up a surprise party for Freemy, and it's like super moody, so we don't have to like, so she can fly for a day.
That's
Mm-hmm.
not a bad idea.
Yeah.
I wanna do it. Like,
Yeah.
I feel like Anvizol's been watching Freemy enough to kind of pick up on like the little things that like she'd smirk under her mask.
Okay, that's pretty funny. Like, if you guys just like
Uh.
bashed the Raven Queen for like an hour, she'd probably be good to go.
Mhm. Iwi or Bori looks to Iwi and Calcut and Sandusky.
No, we're not bringing Sandusky. No way.
Die!
He's lived
he
on-
he actually sees Sandusky after the this is me like Joe like maybe you'll stay behind. You look a little worse for wear.
I don't think we should bring Yui. I think Yui's a good beacon, but he's not a good beat stick.
Yui needs to be under high security.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Now, but here's the thing, because like everyone in this room now knows that wherever Iwi is going to be, the Prince of Frost and Darkness is going to go. So like,
He might
Like-
get swooped.
he needs.
Yeah, he might literally get swooped.
Yeah. How's
It-
Iwi looking right now?
He needs to
Pretty
be under high
swoopable.
security.
I guess you could say he's a little blue in the face.
So true.
My man is swoopable. Right?
Gotta watch out for those BFBs.
So,
Alright, but so
Atreus asks, do you all have a way of communicating with us over long distances when we would need to pull you up?
Ori.
I do.
I kind of want to. So there's two things that I'm thinking for Calcut. Either we bring Calcut for the experience because Calcut needs to get swole, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or we send Calcut off with Airy Dark into like the Feywild, and they just have like a hyperbolic time chamber like training montage while we're.
Mm-hmm.
And she just comes back in the equivalent of like 5 years in the Feywild. It's been like a couple days, and she's just crazy swole. Like,
That
I
would
don't
be
like that.
sick.
I
like
can
that's
do
what
it.
I want to do. Like that's literally what I want to do with Calcut right now.
Yeah,
I
I
like
think we
that.
should do that.
If you bring that up
I would-
in game, yeah, he'll
I would
definitely...
like I'll whisper to you, Echo, like Echo. Like you've got Orin, you've got your boy, you know Airy Dark. I need you to plug this Calcut.
Okay,
Calcut isn't like, come on. We need her under the like
I got this. I got this. All right.
let's
He's
go.
going to. He's gonna like fold his hands. Airy Dark, hear me out. I know that you have some of the most lethal forces out there in the Verdant Forest. And right now, what we really, really need is we need Calcut over here to be the best that she can be for this fight. So I would ask that if you could, I think it would be a really good idea for you to take her in as your pupil and train her as you train your fiercest warriors to be a defender of Calgully. And, in the meantime, Orin could always help us out, since he's a very powerful asset. So, seems like a really good way to divide and conquer.
Yes. That could work. Plenty to teach this one.
Yes, I know you've got some lethal fighters in there. Like, you can really Calcut, if that is okay with you, if that's something you would want to do. Don't mean to just like put you in there, but like this is a really great opportunity. The Verdant Ire are some great fighters. So this could be a really good opportunity.
Anfisol's like, don't you let Calcut come home until she could kill anyone at this table. Like,
Pretty cool.
also, Anfisol's gonna put that plug in there, like, you said it yourself. Oh, hold on. What's Grandpa's name? What was Grandpa's name? It was,
Azrock.
I think it was Azrock.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, Very dark. We're counting on you to help this one live up to Azarok's legacy. You're the one. You were there. You experienced him firsthand. You're the one that can bring out her potential.
Yes.
They don't make them like they used to.
Yeah, exactly. Seriously.
He's in. Echo, you can roll me a let's call it a lore check. So you roll well. You can roll me a persuasion if you want, but he's in, depending on if you want to see if anything's particularly good or bad happens.
Persuasion. Anything but a natural one. 14,
Okay.
sure.
All right,
He's in.
We'll take it.
So he
Rolls a 1. Nah, leaves. What?
Says no.
It takes Orin. Like,
What the heck?
right.
what he says something. He nods. He nods. He's kind of running things over in his mind. He says, consider me building my deck. I have a king. I have a queen. I have a joker. And he looks at Oberon,
Of course.
I have an ace of spades.
Ace of spades.
And soon I will have a full deck. A full suite. And we will play our hand. And we will win.
Hmm?
This is out of character, but I want Kelka to come back, and she just like rolls up. She's like, "Hey, Mogra, look at me, bitch."
Oh, she's not done with you. Mogra's been waiting for you to look her way.
Oh lordy,
You'll need me down there. You want to bring the Mind Witch back into the fold? You bring a Blood Fang.
Amazon's gonna do a quick vibe check with the party. Like, are we seriously bringing her right now? Like, she might literally have a point. Oh wait, Amazon. By your own admission, I am a Bloodfang.
Oh, and you plan on doing that negotiation yourself? He doesn't.
I wouldn't.
He's got it. He's got it. And she just.
Okay. Hold on. All right. So add a character. Quick vibe check for the party.
Mm-hmm.
Are we seriously bringing her?
This bitch.
Because it sounds like she would actually be really helpful.
She's crazy.
Yeah, it sounds like
which
she has
sucks.
something.
Which
Look,
sucks.
I feel like we need someone crazy to match the crazy of the Mind Witch. Like we need
Actually?
someone on that level.
Yeah.
I'm saying to like be able to like speak his language. You know what I'm saying? Like
Amazon.
he has that history.
We got history. Yeah, Amazon locks eyes with Echo, locks eyes with Bori, locks eyes with Freemy, and then just under his breath. Mogra.
I know you don't like it. You know.
Mogra. We need you on this expedition.
He just.
Yeah. It would be the Stormcrow's honor to have you in tow. As acting
he knows enough to not start shit, but like Fennec is going like doing this, like oh.
And Bori's just gonna telepathically to the rest of the party. And if she dies, she dies.
Fennec says,
God.
wrong if she dies.
What kind of Listen, we need to go a week without having to change council members, okay? I need that from all of you right now. Pull it together.
Echo wants to. What is Calcutt's reaction to this? Like he's like side eyeing. Like
She
How's
definitely
Calcutt?
was not like happy to hear it, but she hasn't
Yeah.
protested because she's not dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's not dumb. Listen, she's sheltered, but she's not dumb.
Yeah, she's like, if you just took like some random person and just imbued like fate and purpose and destiny on them, and they're like, I don't.
Understandable. Yeah,
I've got
it makes
class
sense.
tomorrow.
She's.
I've got uni.
Oh my gosh, I feel that. I've got another paper due here soon.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, okay.
Oh, good.
So we bring Mogra.
And
bring
Oberyn.
Mogra.
And Oberyn's ready to throw down.
Orin?
We don't know what we will run into down there. We will likely need my power, my abilities, and honestly, I would not want to leave you behind, Echo.
I appreciate that, Orin. He's gonna be like, okay, so he is here. So he's okay, alright. He is actually on board.
Yeah.
Board just does like a mental like shoulder, like an elbow like nudge, like yeah.
Echo's gonna be like, go away.
No,
Yes, go away.
So, I think you guys have a pretty solid plan, and the parties here are set to help fund that. Mainly
let's go.
Amaranthus, and
Oh yeah, we basically have a blank check with them being a sponsor.
debatably blank. So,
I'm gonna push that check real hard.
yeah, I know. You will. Lord Cedric kind of puts his leg on one of these remaining crates that aren't full of vampire hunters. And he like gives it, like, he cracks it open, like with his leg. He like cracks the top off. And to celebrate the unification of bloodlines and the revival of a unified Khaldun, the dream that was Khaldun that my master saw. Before chaos descended upon Calgully and left the great families divided, the strongest of each family were united, a council of 6, led by the Bloodfangs, defended by the Splinter Shafts. I give you the perfectly preserved ceremonial armor of the Council of 6. May Khaldun stand united once again, a gift from my master, who has held on to these until the time would come that they would be needed. And dude, these are like literally vintage samurai armor, like wax leather, super fucking cool.
Yeah.
Yes. Let's go.
They have a house symbol on them that you guys haven't seen before. Like, all these families have had their house symbols, and this has got one that looks like it's made of all of those symbols.
Nice.
Sick.
It's really cool.
Now, is there only 6 armor sets, or are there more than that?
There are 6.
Okay.
And so, I'm going to just say it as like a GM. There are 6 families in here. You guys have basically interacted with 2 of them and have ran with that. And
Hell yeah.
the other 4, sure, they exist. Sure, they're out there. Do they matter? I mean, they could if you wanted to. But these 2 families are the potatoes and what do they call that? The
Meat and potatoes.
yeah, meat and potatoes of Calgully lore. So like, I'm like, you know what? They'll follow these guys. They did it before. They'll do it again. You guys don't have to sell it to 6 different families.
Or drow.
Or drow.
Yeah. Exactly. So that's my take on that.
That's
Anytime
really cool.
6 is mentioned, you know, if you got the top 2
Listen.
on something, you've got 6.
All I'm saying, we gotta suit Calcut up, like, before Calcut.
Yes.
Or we send Calcut off with the armor. But she doesn't get to
Train
wear it
them
until
up.
she's done with her training.
And then she will be worthy to wield it.
That's what, yeah,
Yes.
as dorky as that is,
She
I'm
needs a
so
training
here
set.
for it.
She needs to go with a training set, yeah. And then
Yep.
she comes back, she's ready to
Mhm.
wear the armor. Because, like, the armor is for, like, the family heads, basically. There's 6.
That's what I mean.
So, yeah. Atreus kind of comes up again, and so my action and Vitril's action, we will command the other 4 family heads. We will begin mobilizing and preparing our forces starting tomorrow morning. We are aware that the auction is ongoing, but we will begin preparing for war. Houses will assemble, armies will converge. Verdant Ire will do what training that we can do over these 3 days. And when you return, we will hold whatever comes through that portal while you fight the Prince of Frost and Darkness, securing our victory. And if you enter the Spirit Continuum, we will hold. And one of us, most likely, myself or Kelcut, will go in with you. That is our job. We will protect and make sure that there is something left to come back to. Pandemonium will not have it easy. I don't know what will happen. I don't know if all this preparation will be for naught. Perhaps you will settle this completely in another realm. I fear that will not be the case. Convergence is coming. And he says, any last words? Oh, Echo.
We go, yes, and seek out the Mind Witch. Vitril, since he was of your, training of your bloodline, do you happen to have any helpful information as to any weaknesses that he might have? As a ranger, I know that every creature has its weak spots. And so do you know anything about this that might help us?
Funny you
When we're-
ask. I do. He's trained in the use of a twin sword.
Yeah,
He knows all of our traditional fighting styles. All of them. He mastered them all.
Hmm.
He does not just have power of the mind. He is as skilled as any other warrior out there, if not better.
Okay.
He has never had a need to wear armor. He fought without it almost exclusively. And yet, word has it, in matches he never took a hit.
Future is now, old man.
Yeah.
So, like never took a hit? Like no one ever landed a hit on him?
Chuckles nervously.
Yeah.
Um,
That is just what the stories say. Whether they are true or not remains to be seen. They could be fabrications. I was not there, I'm not that old.
was wondering if you may have had like a piece of information that might help us find a weak spot. But I do appreciate, that is good information. That is good to know. It's a little nerve-wracking, but we'll figure it out.
Just remember, he is trained in the dual swords.
Trained in the dual swords, got it.
He likely has some ceremonial blood fang weaponry. He was quite skilled in it. I would be surprised if he didn't.
Good to know.
Any other questions about the Mind Witch? Answer what I can answer.
I do have one more question. You have spoken extensively about his sparring and his bouts. What's his practical experience? Has he seen and weathered war? Has he hunted others outside of hobgoblins? Or is it primarily your own ways, your own teachings, your own style that he holds to himself?
The stories say we raised him from infancy.
Nice.
I will mention he has been alive now for some half a millennia, right? I can't speak for what I don't see.
No, I understand.
But he was trained in the art of single combat and single versus group combat, and he was quite good.
Seems like we've got our work cut out for us.
Now, please, pray forgive me. I'll ask that once the council is adjourned. There are many resources I would like to gather before the expedition. I'll be reaching out to likely most of the parties here.
Gonna lean on everybody, gonna need to.
Mm-hmm. Ooh.
Yeah. And with that, Atreus closes the war room.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point.
What does everyone's evening look like?
Oh, this is gonna be so busy.
I'm gonna start with Bori.
Bori? How much time do we have left in this day? That'd be my question.
This
Or is
probably,
it just an evening?
Roll me a d4, Bori. And this is how
D4?
long this war room went on for. Very realistically, probably,
4 hours.
It is a 4-hour war room. And I mean, this is a 4-hour session, so, like, makes sense.
Yeah.
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 Checked out. Yeah.
Said what we said.
I think it's midnight, actually. That being said, I think it is midnight, because the war room happened at 8, if I recall.
Yeah, the witching hour. Oh, wicked witching hour.
I will say, if it's like cleanup, like, hey, I just want to take care of some admin stuff, you can just message me what you want to do, unless you feel like saying it. I'm talking like RP stuff.
It's so Bori probably gets ready to bed down for the night, and he is gonna use distant voice.
Okay.
And he is going to message his mother.
Okay.
You up?
You.
Hey mom, help. So he says, Mother, it has been some time since we last spoke. Events are unfolding that are dire. Chaos is coming. Give Emma and Liliana my best.
You get one word back. You get 2 words back. Please win.
I didn't raise no loser.
I didn't raise no bitch.
Yeah.
Yes, mama.
That's pretty cool.
That's really... Ooh, that's spicy. I like that.
You know, his mom, if you remember, his mom used to be a Raven Queen warrior. So
Yeah, that's super metal.
Mm-hmm.
Anvo.
Goes to bed after that.
You know, I think with all of the everything that's going to be happening, like the stakes have definitely been raised. Kalka is going to be shipped out here soon. Amazon's just
True.
trying to get laid tonight.
Yeah.
That's
Let's
Like-
go.
listen, business will happen in the morning. All right.
Consummate.
Yeah.
So
If
Girl,
you're
I'm just trying to
brave,
share these weighted blankets.
if you're brave, roll me a performance check.
Oh shit.
You know I'm gonna.
oh no.
I already used my inspiration.
Dare.
Can
Yeah,
Boris
it's gonna be a
give
7.
him can I give him my inspiration?
Yeah, roll me a perception check first.
What?
Oh no.
Bori, get out of here!
Ten.
It's
10.
it's above the 7. So yeah, Bori's like, I gotta be the wingman.
Oh.
Intercession happens. Bori, what do you do? You're probably like,
Bori.
oh, Keela. He needs.
Bori.
Tequila.
Goodness. Yeah, Evazal has no idea what he's doing. He's a fucking dork.
Bori, do you give
You
him
should've-
inspiration? Is that what you're doing? Or
Yeah,
your
I'm giving my
ability?
inspiration. Yeah, or
Your thing.
the inspiration point that I have.
What's the
You
power that you do where you keep what's your Bori power that you always helped Echo out with, like whenever
Believe.
he ate the spicy food and you helped him? What
Oh
was
god,
that?
you're right.
Oh, that's
Bolster
bolster
ego.
That's for saving throws.
Oh,
That's for saving throws. It's not ability checks, unfortunately.
all right. Well, you know what? I will allow either bolster ego because that just sounds funny, or a donation
Right.
of a.
Don't.
I'll
We're literally about to go fight the Mind Witch. Don't spend it on this.
I will do bolster ego. It just sounds better.
Doesn't it?
It sounds so right.
Yeah.
Especially just reading the description, it just sounds so correct.
Hey, you
You
got it, man.
strengthen the body and the mind. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that.
Believe in yourself, Amazon.
Yeah, I guess that checks out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Let's see.
let me roll again.
Bori's like, "Ugh."
Starting to
You got this, man. I'm
believe.
not-
No,
He
that
rolls
is-
a 6.
What? How did you do worse?
Incredible.
I rolled a 5 and a 4. I can't say it's not in character. What?
Let's see. Hang on a second.
You probably, it's tough. It's tough when other people try and intervene.
Great. We'll talk about the morning next session for Anvizal.
Incredible.
Maybe there is an interruption or two. We'll see. So,
That would be pretty good.
Echo. What's Echo doing?
Well, obviously, he wants to ask Orin about what happened. What was that all about? How's your well, I mean, not like that. Not excuse me, but he would be like, what is going on?
What?
You
What do you mean? Can you be more specific?
Yeah, sure, yeah. Airy Dark said that you were bound or something like that, and that I should know about that, but I don't. And I'm just confused as to what part you play in all of this.
This binding, I don't have a recollection of because I apparently was a baby. I don't know. I apparently was a baby. You are 7 years older than me. And I'm not lying to you. I don't know about the binding. I have been told about the binding. I believe that it is true. I believe what Aridark is saying. And yeah, I listen to him when he tells me what to do. I don't think that it's a geese or anything. Do I want to be around him? No. Do I feel obligated to listen to him? Yes. Echo, I will inherit the entirety of the Verdant Ire. That is mine for the future. The protection of the Verdant Forest will be handed down to me when Aridark hangs up his coat.
See. So is it
I
kind of like he's training you, or?
He's keeping me around so that I can do what I was born to do. I was born to bring balance to the Seelie and the Unseelie court as it was written. That's what I know. What I don't know is how, or why, or at what cost. And the cost might be my life, Echo.
He's like screaming internally. He's like, I like to put Echo's thoughts into words. He's like, you just got here, and now you're saying like you have to leave. So he's gonna try and like compose himself, and he's gonna be like, okay, well, for the time that we do have, I don't know what your future looks like. I don't know what my future looks like. But for the time that we have, why don't we just make the most of it and just keep it smooth, keep it simple.
It's smooth. Keep it simple. I can do that. I can do that.
I know who your mother is. I know how much it means to everyone. I know that your fate is far greater, has far greater of an impact than mine probably ever will. But while we're here, let's just chill. I've been having these memories come back to me, and I would just really enjoy if we could just like. I know we're kind of under dire circumstances, but like, let's just relax.
Woosah. Woosah.
Usa.
Ooh, saw.
There's a knock at your door.
Come in.
The door kind of like opens up. Nobody seems to walk through the door. This guy pokes his head through. I let myself in.
Can see that. How can I help you?
Echo, can I talk to you in the hallway, please?
Yes, you can talk to me in the hallway. He's gonna boop 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 walk outside.
Shoulders.
He's gonna look back at Orin like, if I don't come back in like 10 minutes, like blinking twice for help.
He's just standing in the hallway. He's kind of like got his back to the wall, against the wall of the hallway, and he's just kind of just sitting like this. He hasn't said anything yet. Do you say anything?
Like, I think it would be really funny if they just stood there not saying anything for like a solid like minute. Just
Yeah.
nothing. Just both standing there like, are you gonna go first?
Just a minute goes by and nothing is said.
Okay, Echo will break the silence. They'll say, so do you wanna what at this point can I glean from you?
And like as you go to like say something, he immediately like snaps an emotion. And this guy is fast, dude. He is fast. And he grabs you and embraces you in a hug and holds you probably too tight, squeezing the life out of you. He's looking up and he's trying to avert his gaze, but you can tell that there's like a single tear coming from one of his eyes. He doesn't say anything. He doesn't say anything. And then he says, I'm sorry. And he walks away.
Is he still walking? Can I call after him? Like, can you excuse me? I'm so confused. Can you help explain, please?
He turns the corner.
I've been having these memories come back to me, and I don't know what's happening, and
Do you go running after him?
Hasn't been the same since the accident. Bro, what accident? Like, leaves.
You turn the corner. There's something on the floor.
I won't be able
to find it. It's a playing card, face down.
No!
Poor technique.
No, oh, no. No, I know what this is. Anyway, but I don't know Echo doesn't know what this is, so he's gonna pick it up.
It's the Ace of Spades.
Does it match a certain style of cards that I might have with me?
It does.
Yeah. Okay. Would you like me to inform the party if this triggers a memory for me or not?
That is up to you.
Okay. I remember. I begin to remember more. My brain is expanding. It's like, well, I feel as though, this is interesting because it's like from the point of view of, like a fae woman who
Give
is
them
like
some context.
pregnant. Yes. Okay. So essentially, like, just like for the whole memory thing, or like, okay. Context is needed. Hello, welcome to backstory. Yes. Okay.
Backstory.exe cannot run.
Yes. Okay. So apparently Echo had this deck of cards, right? That apparently were from his dad. Question mark. The Ace of Spades in this deck is missing. And it has been for as long as he can remember. He doesn't really know like what happened. He just like replaced it at some point and he never found it. And so hypothetically, this has just been missing. And
no way.
I know, and then it matches the card in the deck. And so that's really interesting. And it triggers this interesting memory as well from Echo. And I suppose, I guess he would maybe share with the party later. Or not. I don't know.
It's up to you. Yeah, Echo's slowly been recovering memories. Most of them have been pretty straightforward of her time with Orin. One of them was a repressed memory of when she saw Aridark talking to her mom in a very familiar tone, which you guys, I think she shared that with you a couple sessions ago. But Echo just unlocked a memory that doesn't seem to make sense with her current, I don't know, her current life.
It does not. It seems like it's from the point of view of someone else, which is interesting. I don't know, like, GM, is this literally from the point of someone else? Like, I'm looking through someone else's
this
eyes?
is POV. You are this person in this memory.
Oh, dang.
That's crazy. I think I know who this person is, but that would be very weird. Like, that Echo's seeing from this person's point of view.
Do you want to read
Anyways.
the memory out to close out the session, or do you want to hold
Yeah,
on to it for a spicy day?
Let's go.
POV. Okay, guys, hang on.
This is a spicy
POV.
day.
I love lore. I'm a big fan. You find yourself in an opulent mansion of sculpted marble, crystal, and priceless metals nestled in the heart of a Feywild city. So we're in the Feywild, first of all. Draped in expensive silks, diamonds, and gold, you are a grown Fey woman. You are very pregnant and showing. In this elegant room dotted with handcrafted furniture sitting atop luxurious pillows rest two other Fey women of similar stature, power emanating from their very being. So very high up Fey women. The guards surrounding the perimeter of the room turn on you mid-conversation. It was a coup, and they came prepared. Dozens of guards began flooding the conference room almost as quickly as you could evaporate them, turn them inside out, burn them, freeze them, banish them to other dimensions. And it seemed there was no end. You begin to falter. Magical wards failed one by one. All you could think about was protecting your baby. So, like, this is Echo's POV. You forced every ounce of remaining magic around him. A spear runs you through, spreading hot, visceral pain like fire. Hercula, one of the other Fae in the room, your closest friend, interposed herself between you and the attackers. She opened a portal. No small feat in this ruined land. Yeah, portals are crazy. Just opening one, just going for it. Green grass and white flowers could be seen on the other side. Coughing up blood, you managed to speak. Portals aren't safe here. I may not survive the journey. Backed into a corner in front of you, Percula desperately held the attackers at bay. She too was run through, but managed a bloody smile. You may live. And that's it. And that's triggered by the card. The missing card from the deck of cards that was given to Echo. There's so many things that this could mean. And I'm so here for it.
So here for it.
So very interesting and strange POV for Echo to have. Especially with Airy Dark. So he would want to be continuing to share these things with the party as like they become uncovered for him. And I guess the downtime that they have.
Ah, yes, downtime.
Yes,
Mhm.
all of the downtime.
Or like
Such
in a
good
well
downtime.
murdering spiders. You're like, yeah, I think I saw like my mom.
How is that?
We're just processing, like.
Yeah. Just like I could just imagine like Echo like you know the like I froed up memes with like the kid. I could just imagine him coming into like Bori's and Ambazal's doorways and being like, guys, I had another memory. Do you want to talk about it?
Yeah.
I froed up.
I froed up.
You find Anvizol and Calcut lying very still on the bed, both just looking at the ceiling beside each other.
Oh,
Okay, maybe he only shared with-
buddy.
Oh.
That's great. Oh my goodness.
Maybe he only shares with Bori.
No,
Maybe he-
come in. It's too late.
The 7 happened for a reason.
Yeah, the 7 happened for a reason.
Oh no.
And we can make it a good reason or a forgivable reason, right?
You wouldn't warn me if I come to your door first? You wouldn't warn me?
Nope.
No.
Tragic. That is tragic.
We're
Shame.
new at this, okay?
Pretty good. That's a reasonable 7. You just show up like, guys, I
had a dream.
We're
Yes.
just fuck. Like,
Hear me out. Oh, that makes sense for Echo. I don't think he would be perceptive enough to understand what's going on.
that makes so much sense. So we're just like, yep. All right, Echo. For like hours
But you don't
into the night.
understand, like this could be like my mother, like it could be like so many people, like I don't even, and like it was like from my POV, but like I like I'm not even like a woman, so like it's crazy,
The mood
and
is
like
just gone. Like we just switched to parent mode. Like
There might be a
Hey,
rally
you're already
roll at the
prepared.
beginning of the next
You're-
session.
yeah, you get to test it out.
We'll see if there's a rally. Real question is, how does Echo want the rest of his night to go? Or
He's not going crazy, but if there was spooning involved, he would be Big Spoon. He's asserting dominance.
roll me
Oh my
roll me a spoon check.
this is a really
Spoon
good
check.
7.
This is an
Where's the
intimidation.
Sure. 9?
Oh,
I don't know.
Oh, well, you know,
me
he's
see.
fine either way.
Let's
He's still
see.
spouting off about his lore with Orin.
I believe
Like-
It's
it.
like, yeah, and then like it's just crazy because like she's like stood in between us, like this
You
is like
win.
as they're trying to, huh?
You win the spoon check. He rolled a 6.
Let's go. Oh. Oh my gosh, I love it.
Incredible. How did he do it?
He's just, you know, it has to be lore related.
with
Or not.
minimal effort.
With minimal effort, apparently. Orin's probably just like listening to like everything you're talking about, being like, "Oh, that's interesting. This just sounds like things I really, really wanted to know. Like, tell me more."
Like actually, or like just
No,
like, oh, I'm in.
actually, like,
Oh, okay.
glad somebody knows about my mom. Like,
Yeah. Yeah, right? Like, and then like it's just she goes to this portal and it's just like really dangerous and like the concentrated power, Orin, like can you like you can almost like you could taste it in the vision. Like it's crazy. And as he dropped this is the card to my playing. He's like demonstrating. Yeah.
he gives you a pat. I'm sure we'll have much to figure out together. Everything's gonna be all right.
Yes.
And with that, outros.
Yay!
Who are we? Who are we? Who will we be?
Any of us, really.
who are you?
I've been many. I'm TwoHands. I've got him.
Well,
That was me.
yeah, I go by Aludriea sometimes, like casually on the weekends. You can find us here. I play Anvizol Airlenor. There's now a new reason why he looks chronically tired and just done with life.
No.
Tune in next session. We'll have another reason, I'm sure.
So, I'm sorry.
I'm Joe. I played Bori Krios. He did not strain nearly as much this time, but he still maintained.
Heck yes.
Best wingman.
I
Yes.
I'm Sharkbait. I
that's
played
not
Echo. That's not me.
That's definitely not Sharkbait.
That's
Let's see
me.
here. Okay.
I played Echo, the Fey Blood Ranger, who, yeah, perpetually smelling. Now dusty as well. That was another thing that happened last session. He took a dust bath.
Dusty
Like a
and
chinchilla.
Little
confused.
chinchilla, yeah.
Confused.
Hmm.
Like, yeah, like all this lore, no one's telling him anything. Like, I want to say, like, he was completely sure of his own self and his own memories.
Shame.
Like, less than 11 days ago. Like, he was fine. And then all of this started happening.
Rip.
Yeah, we're really speedrunning an identity crisis right now.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
Only
this is
one
a
player.
lot.
This was a spicy session.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
All right, guys. Thanks for hanging out. I'll kill the stream. Bye.